I'm actually going to pause the music. We don't need the music for Kerbal at the moment because the Kerbal music is good enough. Speaking of Kerbal music, so last stream we tried setting up a Duna launcher. This is like a mothership with a lander is inside this fairing. However, we were having issues with the booster. We tried multiple SRBs, and that we didn't get in the control I needed, and they were a little bit too powerful. We tried having liquid fuel boosters as well, which I'm actually going to go back to. However, when we decoupled the liquid fuel boosters, again, we lost thrust, we lost control, and so on and so forth. Also, the liquid fuel boosters seem to boost for a little bit too long. At the moment, our Delta V in that bottom engine, so that's this here, so we've got, I'll tell you what, let's put that back actually. Let's get my scientific calculator out. That is, if I can find it. Kerbal music is phenomenal. It's your favorite music so far. I wish they would have more tracks though. You know how like Minecraft has multiple tracks through the different stages of the game, and then it kind of fades in and fades out, and it's got all the music discs and things like that. I would like Kerbal to have more music tracks. However, what I would most like about Kerbal right now is for it to be less buggy. I think optimizing the game is key. I'm really hoping the developers have understood that releasing a game half finished is not a good idea. Potentially there is big backlash from the developers. That because they pretty much released a game that was very much unoptimized and is in its current state. I mean, what, we're 2 weeks after release, or is it 1 week after release? And we haven't had a patch. But I'm not saying that there's necessary. The problem is they're not going to have a patch now for, I would say, a month or so. You know, a month or so, because the bugs that they've got in the game are big. They're a big deal. They you know, they're going to spend some time fixing the shit that's gone wrong. They don't want to just patch it up. They need to actually fix it. They don't want to just like put a plaster over it, you know, and hope it sticks. What did I want? I want scientific calculator. Let's get my Desmos calculator out. I might not show you my calculator working out. Actually, yeah, for the time being, for quick ease, I'm just going to do my calculator stuff on here. However, if I suddenly decide I want to show you how to do the workings out for Delta V, which we should all know by now, if we don't, let me know and I'll show you. But you'll just have to bear with me because, okay, so what's our mass at the moment? So total mass is 520.91 divided by 264.91. I'm trying to calculate orbital periods because the game doesn't show it anymore. Orbital periods. No, the game doesn't show you orbital periods, does it? Okay, so we've got 1,700 meters a second in here. So we don't actually need too much more Delta V, but we do need a lot more thrust, right? Or, wait, no, this says... Oh, wait, yeah, that's because I've got no fuel in that, idiot. Yeah, so we definitely need more thrust because we've got 0.7 TWR. So, I mean, we're gonna do what I know how to do, and we're gonna get some fair-sized fuel tanks here, and we're gonna strap on some more boosters. Apart from the boosters, they are just gonna be... actually, you know what? Let's get rid of that. We don't need too much more fuel, so I don't need to worry too much. Too much about the actual fuel that we're putting in there, but I do want to make sure that also it's kind of interesting because this is pretty much what I wanted to do originally. Why? Oh, I know why. I need a... It's in adapter pieces. This is what we want. So I'm trying to build like a Saturn V kind of bottom to this. Because we did have one of these, but I foolishly saved over it because the save mechanics of the game is not great. Oh god, why does it take so long to... There we go. Yeah, orbital periods. I'm going to admit, I can't think off the top of my head how to actually calculate an orbital period, so... If you care to explain. Do we want the ignition chamber on the outside or on the inside? I presume actually we... Whoops. There we go. Have it on the inside. No, we can't. It's got to be on the outside. So as it's clipping into the engine bell. Oh my god, why can you not select the thing I want you to select, you stupid piece of shit. Swear to god. I'm just trying to align this up a little bit better. Cool, excellent. So everything should gimbal there. Well, and then I'm just going to rotate this round to here. Okay, so that's probably increased the mass. However, probably not a great deal. So let's... I'll tell you what, because we still need to add these on. There we go, and then arrow just to finish that off. Where even is it? And then, because we learned that struts are everything, for circular orbit, it's easy, just use the radius of the circumference and divide it by the velocity. Now, yeah, okay, actually that makes sense. Of course it does. Got to use the semi-major axis, which I don't think Kerbal 2 gives you the semi-major axis either, does it? It's good practice to use the semi-major axis anyway, and then the radius of the planet, because you've also got to take the radius of the planet off as well. Am I right in thinking that? Do you know what? Actually, now I think about it, I did know how to do that. Does for planets, but it's easy to calculate, yeah. Okay. Hey B, Pat, how's it going? It's going alright for me. I am in the process of rebuilding a booster I built like pretty much day one of Kerbal. But then because Kerbal 2 doesn't like to actually create good save files, I'm hoping that that will stick the all the engines together, and we're not going to have like a wobbly rocket there. Alright, now we need to figure out how much TWR... well, the TWR we've got is easy because it will tell us that. I want to bring the thrust down to about 75% on all of the engines. Yeah, so that's 1.5. Perfect. So this is the Chronox 5 booster now, more or less. It's not quite identical, but it is the booster that we created for the Mon mission that I did like on the first thing, apart from the winglets are different. Because they're a lot bigger. And of course, because Kerbal is weird, it's not going to let me... Okay, it did. That's okay. I was about to get angry. Okay, route length we want to bring down. I think... wingspan we want to reduce... So that's a little bit, I mean, that looks better, but whether or not that will fly, I don't know. Oh. Whether or not this will fly, I generally don't know. Area of lift should be right down at the bottom. It is. That's good. I mean, it looks better. Right? Right, okay, so now I want to focus on this part here. Can we view this? Will it let me? Doesn't let me view inside of the fairing. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so there are some form of struts going through. Is the struts going through the... Hold on, let's do that. We'll attach it to the engine. Like that, right? So there are struts in there. I want to figure out how much delta V we've got in the craft itself. So let's have a look at this. Orbital period is t equal the square root of radius 3, G, M1, where R is the major axis. I was going to ask what R is, semi-major axis. Okay, M1 is the mass of the orbited body, yes. And then G is the gravitational constant, I would presume. Don't know how to deal with G and Newton meters unit. It has embedded. An orbital period should be in seconds, right? Newton meters. Well, what is a Newton? So Newton is force, so that is well, bollocks. Mass times by acceleration. So there is a second unit in there. You've got mass there. Has force units and seconds. Yeah, and kilograms. Yeah, so the kilogram is the mass. You've got the mass squared there on the top, so that is cancelled out by your planetary mass. Wait, was the planetary mass in there? M1 is the mass of the orbited body. Oh no. That's M1, so that's G, yeah, so that's kilograms squared. The square root of 4 times by... You've got your distance, yeah, your mass cancels out. Because that, your distance cancels out because that's the radius. Mass cancels out, yeah, so you should only have, it should just be... an orbital period, yeah, it should be a second. From what I can see there. So I think that equation is correct. Gravitational constant is... oh, right. Okay, yeah, so there you go. Kilograms to the -2, mass squared. Yeah, so that definitely works, yeah. Hey, Pood, how's it going? Yeah, that looks... good. Well, I threw some numbers in there and it got some wacky results. Interesting. Yeah, well, the... R is the semi-major axis. Yeah. Yeah, so you should just have a measurement of time left in that. Anyway, that equation looks right. At least from what I can see, but I might be wrong. Right, okay, what am I doing? I'm doing delta V, which is a lot more easier than semi-major axis shit. Right, okay, so what is the ISP of these engines? 270 times by... 9.81 times by the natural logarithm of 733.56 divided by... Then we need to empty out these fuel tanks, so we'll empty that one out. Empty this one out. And that was already empty. Well, that's not skewed the results then, has it? Yeah, that was empty as well. Okay, well, 1.56, let's... Oh, wait, no, it wasn't empty. Oh... I do not like this part picker. If I right click on a part, that's the one that I want to visualize. I don't want to visualize the part that I've just opened, right? So if I do this, then open that, it's opening this one up here, but this one is still highlighted. Look, it's still highlighted. I don't want this one anymore. I've click on something else. I've clicked on something else. I don't want that, so stop highlighting the things that I don't need. Okay, so what's the actual? 343.56, which is what I've got. Okay, so I've got 2,000 meters a second on this first stage. That is ridiculous, but not so much when we think how much we've been flipping out. That means that I can effectively go for a much shallower orbit and hope that we don't flip. Ugh! I don't know. I do not like this part clicker. Has that one been filled? No. That one has. That one has. Right, get out of here, part manager. Do you have unlimited fuel set, or are you dumping fuel to make it hard? What do you mean, dumping fuel? You mean, am I cheating? If I was cheating, there was no point in me running the delta V equation, what I've just done. Basically, I just did the delta V equation for the first stage. Here, I'll show you. Where even is that? Is it in generally? Infinite propellant is off. You were removing fuel from the tanks. Why? Right. I'm working out how much delta V I've got in this stage. So basically, the way to work out your individual stages delta V is have your upper stages and all of its payloads, right? So you've kind of got a vision. Every stage has its payload. So its payload is fixed. That's fixed in terms of. This isn't working, is it? Have I crashed Kerbal? I've crashed Kerbal. Lovely. Fantastic. Wonderful. Look. 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 Oh my god! Have I crashed everything? Is everything just crashed right now? There you go. I'll do it this way around. Oh, now it's gone. Oh, is it back? Are we back? Maybe? Yeah, we're back. Womble exe error. Yeah, so the way to work out your delta V for your individual stages is to pretty much envision the stage above it and everything above it as your payload amount, right? So for this stage, the amount of mass that this needs to carry is 215 tons, right? So that's your dry mass. So with this stage in particular, all I did, I took the ISP of the engines at the bottom, which we've got here, 270 seconds, times it by 9.81, which is the gravitational constant that we use for Kerbal and pretty much all delta V equations, so that all the numbers kind of correlate between everywhere. So it's 9.81 because we need a constant for the gravity. There's no point in saying gravity on Duna or the gravity on whatever. It's just so that we've got an accurate measurement. So that's why we use 8.1. And then it is all times by the natural logarithm of the total mass, which is 733.56 tons, divided by the dry mass. And the way to get the dry... the dry mass is the mass that stage has without fuel. So that was why I was emptying the tanks, if that makes sense. So I am actually going to empty out some of the tanks in this because we don't need the fuel, the extra fuel that we're carrying here. It's just gonna slow us down. It's just gonna get in our way. So I'm gonna empty out some more of this fuel. But that's actually all I'm going to empty. It's just that little bit. So we've got slightly less delta V, but we did not need 2,000 meters in that first stage. Actually, you know what? No, let's keep the 2,000 meters and then we've got leeway, right? We can always cut off that first stage if I've got to where I want to be. And it's not affecting my TWR because my TWR is still 1.5. Did I change the engine output? Yeah, 25%, 75%. I believe you. That's too much for your understanding. Conclusion, you want realistic as possible. Yes and no. So in terms of delta V, right? Here, I might be able to explain this better with paint. So the game does give a basic readout of delta V. Now, what the old game used to do, it used to give your delta V in stages. Right? And basically what delta V is, it is the amount of velocity that you can change over a period of time, right? So say you can pretty much go from 0 meters a second, and you can change your velocity by 2,000 meters a second over that period of time. Now, the game does have a reading out for delta V, but it is absolutely catastrophically bad. It's bad. It's giving us the launch vessel's delta V. It's not giving the individual stages. So there's no point in having this readout in the game whatsoever. There's just no point. 100% no point in this. Apparently this could get to Bop and back. Okay, nearly. I probably could wing it because I'd use planetary intercepts. It's not altogether, yeah, and sometimes it's not even right either. So, the way to work out delta V, and this is kind of like the core mechanic of the game, and the core mechanic of space flight in general. You need your ISP. So this is something that every rocket engine has. It is called the instant specific impulse, and it's the way I understand it. It's measured in seconds, and it is basically the instant amount of impulse that you can create over a period of time, right? So it's basically how fuel efficient your engine is, basically. And that's what that is, right? So it's how much fuel you can burn through. So, and we've got ISP readouts here in Kerbal, right? Down there. It says ISP 1 Atmo and ISP VAC and each engine has different numbers. So, for instance, in this first stage of this rocket, I'm using this engine here, the Mammoth 2, and its ISP at atmosphere, where this engine is going to be burning right down on the ground, is 270, right? So we've got our ISP. We have to multiply this by G, which is the gravitational pull of a planet. Now, to simplify this down, we're going to use, because it's not as simple as just saying the gravitational pull of a planet. That doesn't work because every planet has different gravitational pulls, like some are bigger, some are smaller, therefore. But because we're doing everything relative to Kerbal, because that's where we're launching from, that's kind of where we come from, the gravitational constant is 9.81, right? And that is basically 1G. 9.81 meters a second squared, right? We're not going to worry too much about that number. That's just the number that we're using, okay? I don't want to go too much into it because that will take a long time. That's, and then something else that we don't want to get too much into is this thing here. So this is called a natural logarithm. Again, this is like medium level maths. So I don't want to explain why we're using this, but we're just using it, okay? So we're multiplying that by the natural logarithm there. That is a tool that you can find on your scientific calculator. So if you go, so this is Desmos. This is an online scientific calculator. It works. It's the best program that I can find online in terms of a scientific calculator, and it's in the functions settings. You can do natural logarithm here and a log there. They are very similar but they're also very different, okay? It's similar concept, different functions, but we want the natural logarithm ln. And again, not going to go into the ins and outs of what a logarithm is. Better than Wolfram Alpha? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't used that one, actually, to be honest. This is the one that I find most comfortable using. Like, there are different scientific calculators out there, but that's the one that I like. And then, basically, all we're trying to find out with your delta V equation is how much change of velocity. That's literally what delta V is. So we have delta, which is a Greek symbol here, and that basically in mathematical terms means change. And you've got V, delta V, and that V stands for velocity, so delta V. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about your delta V, and it's basically how far can you go? How much fuel do you have that is burnable, that can be consumed by the engine, which is why the ISP of the engine is important, because depending on the craft, depending on whatever, you know, that's what we're working on. So you've got your ISP, you've got your gravitational constant, times it by the natural logarithm, but we need something in here. So what is important when we're talking about going places in space? What is important about going places anywhere? What do you need to change your velocity? We need energy. Energy is very much important. We need to burn energy in order to transfer potential energy into kinetic energy in its basic terms, right? So as simple as I'm going to go, I'm not going to go into, again, not going to go into too much detail. This isn't a science class. I'm just trying to explain very briefly, very quickly what we're doing. So we've got so in order to, sorry, actually, before we go into that, in order to get that energy, we can't just get energy for free. Energy in the universe is constant. Yes, there is the exact amount of energy in the universe that there was at the beginning, what there will be at the end. But the difference is the change of how that energy changes over. So, for instance, when we eat an apple, we are devouring calories and using those calories to then heat our body, to then make the heart pump, to then make blood cycle round and things like that. So that potential energy that was stored in that apple, we are consuming, and it's digesting, and we're getting body temperature. We've got all sorts of energy coming off all over everywhere. It's the same with anything at all. One input of energy has to equal the output of energy, right? But anyway, I think I'm going too complicated into this. So the reason why we have the fuel and why I was emptying those tanks is because mass 0 and mass 1, right? So this here, mass 0, that is our total mass. That is the total mass of the vessel in Kerbal. Any vessel, any rocket, or anything like that, that's the total mass that we've got. Now, the dry mass here is giving us this number here, which is great. It's good that we know this, but it's also draining all of the fuel up in the upper stage. But this upper stage is our payload. That is the fixed payload. So we don't need this number. So we have to manually drain every single tank to get the dry mass, right? So this is total mass, and this is dry mass. And if you do this for all of the different stages, you kind of apply this equation to every single part of that stage, you can work out how much delta V you've got in an individual stage. Like I said, in the past, Kerbal 1, that's if it will load. Kerbal 1 over on the other side, on the stages area, used to have the delta V workouts for each individual stage. It used to work it all out for you, so you didn't have to do this. well, I mean, it didn't always have that, but like for the longest time it's had that. Kerbal 2 doesn't, so we've got to do this. In fact, Kerbal 2 is giving delta V readouts, but I don't trust it at all because it seems like it's breaking, and I think I've broken Kerbal by swapping it over and stuff. No, I haven't. It's fine. Any questions, BP, on that? Have I kind of like... Is it still beyond your understanding, or do you kind of understand why I'm emptying those tanks a little bit more? Or did I satisfy your curiosity? That's kind of what I want to know. Or did I bore you to death? Both is fine. So that was the reason why I was draining all the tanks in the first stage. I've previously done the Delta V workouts for like the second stage. I think the second stage has about 1,500 meters a second. In order to get to... You kind of understand, yeah. In order to get to, say, orbit, you need... whoops. Actually, I'll tell you what. We'll pick them on. In order to get to low Kerbal orbit, you need 3,400 meters a second. So if I know that this second stage has about 1,500 meters a second, I think it's more than that. Actually, I think we made sure that it had a lot more. In fact, actually, we can find out how much it's got by doing this. It's going to mess up the fairings, but those fairings are broken anyway. We can find out how much it's got. Let's do this. Now, there is a problem with this, is that the TWR is low, but by the time this thing burns, it should be in the upper atmosphere anyway, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay, so we've got, let's take this equation that we've got here, we'll put it into the calculator. So we want to go do... Actually, what is the ISP of this engine? Which engine do we have? We've got the Rhino engine. So this is going to be burning in the atmosphere. So your ISP, we're going to take the vacuum ISP, which is the number right down at the bottom of the kind of list there. I would hover my mouse over it, but there's no way for you to hover your... You used to be able to hover your mouse over it, but it's like down here when I hover over it. Yeah, I can't even favorite it and make it come up, right? But anyway, it's got the ISP, vacuum ISP, so that's 325, right? So we're gonna have 325, and then again, we're gonna multiply by 9.81, multiplied by the natural logarithm of the total mass, which at the moment the total mass is reading as 210.78 tons. 210.78 tons divided by the dry mass. And to get the dry mass of this stage, all we have to do is drain the fuel and read the total mass here. So that's 11478. So we've actually got more than 1,500. We've got 1,900 meters a second in that second stage. So we've got a lot of fuel in this thing. Like, we've nearly got 4,000 meters a second in this booster. But honestly, I want that because I don't trust it. I don't trust it. You need to make sure that we put the fuel back in. I don't trust it. I don't trust the game. I don't trust the game not to like crack and strike us out. We can always jettison that booster early, and we can always jettison the second stage early as well. Oh, no. Why would it do that? Why? That's so frustrating. It's like I'm doing things with the parts manager and it's clicking things behind the parts manager. Okay, let's load. Because I know I've made a save. Oh, the game doesn't like... The game isn't liking this craft file just because it's... is this an autosave? We'll see. The game doesn't like this craft file. There's too many parts. I think actually I am going to empty these tanks. We just don't... Actually, I might... I'll tell you what I might do. I might empty that bottom tank there. No, not the whole tank. Just some of it. Just because I just don't need that much fuel. With more than 5 parts at the moment. I know, I've got like... Here's the annoying thing. I don't even think it tells me how many parts I've got. Oh, I do. I've got 189 parts. Whew! No wonder the game's not liking it. That's fine. Okay. Do you know what? I am struggling to kind of like figure out what else we need to do with this craft. We've kind of like fixed everything. We've got more than enough Delta V. I'll probably jettison this booster a little bit early if I can. Got about 1,900 meters a second in that upper stage, so we should be alright. So let's see if I've fixed it. I don't know if I have or not. We shall see. I probably haven't. We'll see though. We'll see. We were having issues last stream with the booster not... What's the TWR on the pad? 1.5 at the moment. Buzz. The game is not loading. Aiming for launch. Yeah. I just want to do a Duna mothership. That's all I want to do. I think it's a pretty fun concept. It's a pretty fun build that I've done. To be fair, it's quite an ambitious build as well. I think for this version of Kerbal, it's definitely ambitious. But we were having a lot of issues last stream with it. If this isn't working, if I can't get this to work, I might switch over to like a space plane or something. We'll be doing a space plane after this anyway, because I will need a way to get the Kerbals. Oh my god. The game has like pretty much frozen. Wow. Wow. Okay, I didn't ask you to go, but he's going now. Okay. Sure, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna get rid of like some of my background stuff. If it breaks, chat, it's your fault. I wanted to time warp so that we could launch in the daytime, but apparently we're not allowed to. $60 SPF instead of 60 FPS? Yeah, I think so. That's definitely what it feels like. Is it floppy? It's not floppy. I've like strutted everything at the moment. Buzz. That's why I've got 192 parts on this, is because everything's been strutted to high heaven. Because the part count is like crazy high. Oh, I've got my... Got my control surfaces in the wrong place. Oops. Been playing with JSON files and fiddling with the joint strength things. I even found the UI scale factor in there, and there are 2 lines relating to auto-strutting, but I don't think they do anything yet. No, auto-strutting is supposed to be in the game at some point, and I'm gonna have to shut down the engines because it's... this is very annoying. Like, I don't understand why it's doing what it's doing. Chat, like, somebody help me. No, its center of mass is not below the area of lift. The area of lift is way down. What's it doing? It's just rotating. As soon as you hit the 10,000 mark, every single time without fail, rotating. LGG has a mod to auto strut already. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that kind of says it up. That says it all, doesn't it? I've had my semi-top-heavy rocket do this every time. Super frustrating. The only way to fix it was with copious amounts of RCS. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really want to do RCS though, that's the problem. And you can't like tell the RCS only take from this one tank here. Just put fins. I do have fins on it, they're quite big as well. I'm gonna make them bigger though, let's make them bigger. Let's go big or go home, right? There's definitely something not right with like large craft files at the moment, because this has happened a number of times. But I mean, the way I've built the rocket, it should be fairly streamlined. But the issue that I've got is that I can't see where the area of lift and the drag and everything is happening on the vessel itself. So it's like, I don't know what's causing it to rotate. Not really. Like, well, really, usually, what would cause a rocket to rotate is if the area of lift jumps ahead of the center of mass. But there must be, like, a big lifting body up at the top somewhere that's, like, pushing it round. But then when you're in the, what's it mode, maybe restart the game before launch. I mean, I don't think that's going to make any difference. But good suggestion. Like, that is a general, like, just a good suggestion kind of rule. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to make the difference. Even with struts, I feel like it's floppy rocket syndrome causing overcompensating due to the control point waving around, affecting what it thinks is prograde. I think, do you know what, Buzz? I think you're right. I think that is the main problem, and we kind of like touched on this last stream, was that it feels like that. It feels like it's floppy rocket syndrome because, and here's the problem, I was going to try not to moan too much about this today, but the game's not built right. Like, something's not working. By actively pumping fluids to lower tanks. Why would that... You want your center of mass ahead of your area of lift. The area of lift is down at the bottom. Why would I want the fuel down here? If anything, having I suppose upper tanks got you. I don't think... Yeah, okay, I got you. Throw 3 zeros on the end of the joint registry value. I mean, if we... Do you know what? Actually, for testing purposes, let's enable unbreakable joints, right? Let's see what that does. I'm curious. I don't know what unbreakable joints will do. I have a feeling that's just going to toggle all joints on to, like, infinity. That doesn't do it. That keeps them from snapping apart. Okay. Okay, then. So that still creates floppy rockets. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going into the JSON file. I don't know what I'm doing with JSON files, honestly, Buzz. Someone did make a very good comment, actually, the other day when I was streaming. And that was basically, this version of Kerbal, we have to treat it as just figure out what works kind of thing. We shouldn't necessarily be focusing too much on rules and stuff like that, because all we're going to do is we're going to get frustrated, we're going to get annoyed, and I completely agree with him. It's alpha testing, absolutely. Like, it's okay for us to cheat once in a while in order to figure out where the bugs are. Oh, for goodness sake, there's too many parts. I'm trying to delete parts. Let me delete parts! Wow. It's okay. It's alpha testing. It is. It's alpha testing. You know what? I really wish I had the time and the effort to be able to go through and like write an in detailed report to the developers about like all the bugs and things that I've been getting. I'm sure they know the majority of them, but I really wish I had the time just to kind of like send clips of the stream and be like, look, we're really struggling with an issue here. Right now, for instance, this part of come on. Look, so this is what I see. Like, it's just grayed out, right? I can walk you through the JSON edit super quick and super easy. Do you know what? I've been meaning to learn JSON edit quite regularly. There we go, we've got it back. I've been meaning to do that for like Kerbal itself, because I feel like that's the sort of thing that I probably should know, being a big Kerbal, you know. Actually, no, I do want it down there. I want the root length too. What happens if you increase the thickness of these stabilizers? Does that increase its... or is that just a cosmetic thing? Right, that is a much bigger stabilizer, so this might help. And now we want... Hey Saturn, how's it going? Saturn 5. I'm trying to build a Saturn 5 in Kerbal. I have previously done this, but the craft file save got lost, so now we're trying to build it again. This is in Kerbal 2. I've built one in Kerbal 1 as well, and that went really well. That was a good one. How's it going, my dude? I do like a good Saturn 5 rocket. Kerbal 2, though, we are finding out... Well, I think everyone's kind of found this out. This isn't unique to me, but there's a lot of bugs in Kerbal 2, so it's quite tricky for us to get what we want to do, annoyingly. It's just you. Everyone else has the version of a bug-free and has all the features, and it's great. Don't make me feel like shit. I think that it's the cosmic, because weight doesn't change no matter how big they are. It's just the cosmetics. Okay, so the mass doesn't change, so it's just for cosmetics. Okay, good to know. It's feeling snarky today. You bastard. Let's move that. Do we have a better nose cone that I can put on that? Is that the right? Oh. Actually, you know what? Sod that. I'm going to put this nose cone on and then we'll just tilt this. That might be the answer to what I want. Do you know what we don't have anymore? Which I'm really missing. We don't have the feature to kind of like snap a line to oh god, that looks terrible. Got a few 7.5s for Jason in KSP. That's just fun to fly. 7.5, I mean, yes, it's definitely a fun thing to do. I used to try and make as many like IRL rockets in Kerbal as possible. Like I tried to keep them as realistic as possible, my rockets in Kerbal. Can't quite do that with Kerbal 2 just yet, but you know, I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm not a super fan of what I've just done. It doesn't look right. And the massive fairing, but that's because payload is huge. So I'm not a huge fan of that, but I'm struggling to see how else I can do this. Where is the center of mass? So the center of mass is there, and when we lower the fuel, like the amount of fuel in these tanks, that center of mass is only going to go up. So good. Let's try again. How to roughly calculate delta V of my car when you're driving? Ooh, that's Okay, so for cars driving, you've got other forces in effect, right, that you've got to think about. You've got to think about, like, air, wind resistant, the friction on the tires, that sort of thing. Basically, what delta V is, it's your... how many miles per gallon your engine can do, right? That's kind of what delta V is, if that makes sense. So you can already work that out. You just have to convert your miles per gallon to meters per second. Yeah, I'm not a massive nerd on physics and things like that. Gravy, but yeah, like I'm not super knowledgeable on that sort of thing. I am just a idiot playing video games at the end of the day. An idiot playing video games, waiting for Kerbal to do what I've told it to do, but not responding. Not responding. Just so we're aware, Kerbal is not responding today. I have a feeling it's the sheer amount of parts this craft file has. I mean, it's got like 100 and something parts, so it's really struggling. Now the camera bug. Good to know. Okay, I'm getting a bit of a headache. That's okay. I'm allowed a headache. Like, What is a Kerbal stream without a headache, though? I feel like that's what I did. I really need a way to roughly do that, because fuel is easily run out. Every time I go to work, it's like I go to space. So that would depend. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to easily work that out. Unfortunately, but basically you need to work out how much fuel your fuel tank can carry, what rate your engine burns that fuel at, and that will change depending on how far you go, how much braking you do, how efficiently you drive. So it's a lot more difficult to do it for a car than a rocket. For a rocket engine, pretty much we know, like, basically the forces that are acting on this vessel, right? We've got gravity pushing it down, we've got wind resistance creating drag, and that's pretty much it, as far as I can figure it out. With a road car, you have wind resistance that are stopping it, but it's in a different direction to what we experience here. You're still getting drag. The drag is pulling you back. The engine is pushing you forward. You've got friction of the road with the tires and that sort of thing. The tires over time will degrade, so then that friction becomes less, which is dangerous, by the way. That's why we want to make sure that we've got fresh tires and make sure that the brakes are working. The energy that we put into the brakes also kills off the amount that then makes you use up more energy in the lower gears than what you are in the higher gears, because you've got to rev the car higher in order to get that traction, that initial torque going. So it's a lot more complicated than just one single engine launching into space, which is weird if you think about it, because rocket science is rocket science. And everyone knows that rocket science is really, really, really difficult, and it is. But it's not as simple, like, rocket science isn't as simple as working out how much delta V you've got in a craft and then flying it. You know, you've got other things that you need to figure out. It is as simple as that in Kerbal, because Kerbal's a video game. So yeah, real life car driving to work, there's... Yeah. Always run to gas stations. That sucks. Yeah, so it's... Real life is more complicated than a video game, that's what I'm trying to say. Which, I'll be honest, I don't think you needed me to tell you that, did you? Oh, I meant to time warp. Can we abort the countdown? Is there a way to do that? Why give us a countdown if we can't abort? Can you build a rocket refueling station in Kerbal? Yes and no. So there's no fuel refinery parts that you had in Kerbal 1 at the moment. They will be coming, resource manager and that sort of thing. It will be coming to Kerbal later on, but as of the current build in Kerbal, probably not. We can't. I'm just going to point up. There's a docking bug at the moment as well. Don't tell me things like that, boss. Don't tell me things like that. I'm building a mothership that's going to require docking. I've just spent all that time. There's a bug for everything, you know. We're going to have to just deal with it as we go. Okay, I'm going to start my gravity burn. Now I'm getting a wobbly rocket syndrome up here. Do you see that? Oh, I can't look at these clouds. I really wish they would turn. There was a way to turn them off. Why every interstellar ship has a giant disc on the front of the ship? It's a centrifuge. You spin a centrifuge fast enough, you can create gravitational pull around an axis, right? So, yeah, they're creating artificial gravity. Centrifuge. Yeah, it sucks when you undock, both docking parts collide and everything explodes. What? No! Don't tell me that! Hey, Cubix. Welcome in. Don't tell me things like that. Oh no. Oh no. Hey bro. Hey man. You strain up? I'm starting to arc over now. I'm trying to do it very slowly. Well, we hit the 10,000 mark. Blue Dog Design Burrow made some awesome Saturn V rockets for KSP-1. Nice. Yeah, I didn't do one recently. I think the most. Uh-oh, I've lost control, haven't I? Let me focus on the launch. But what is that? What was that? What was that just happened? Did you see that? There's like arrow displays as though it was all wingtips and it just like appeared everywhere on the rocket. So I've got unwanted roll right now. I'm not quite sure what's causing it. It's the floppy rocket syndrome. That's what's causing it, isn't it? Floppy rocket syndrome. I've got unwanted roll. Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, we made it to the second stage this time, so maybe my tweaks kind of worked. Hate floppy rockets, yeah. Can you roll back? I was trying. I think my TWR is probably still a little bit low, but yeah. I don't know if that was a good idea, actually. Ooh. The engine just gave a little bit of light. Bye, Faring. Is there first person? No. We have no first person in the game at the moment, unfortunately. Don't jinx it, chat. I really wish I had an idea on what my TWR was right now, but because the game just doesn't give you that information. Highest G experience, 4 Gs. Ground distance covered, 18 meters. Blue arrow next to go. No, that doesn't give any information. That just gives you all the stage, individual stage information. Is 4G that long hurt? 4G is withstandable. Yeah, information and navigation really need some improvements. Absolutely they do. Resource manager? Menu navigation. Oh, come on, game. Don't freeze on me now. Also navigation. Absolutely. Just so you're aware, Kerbal has suddenly decided it's not responding, even though there must be another bug in this craft file, because we're very close to... Yeah, it freezes. Must be another bug in this craft file somewhere. It's okay though, like, I'm not so nervous about the craft file at the moment, so that's good. Like, it feels like everything is functioning fine at the moment. But this is annoying. Is this the Steam version? Yes, it is. KSP 1 the 1st. On Thursday. Knew I'd get annoyed if I spent too long with 2. Yeah. It freezes when the game senses a severe lack of solid boosters. Hey Charlie, how's it going, my dude? Do you know what, Discount? I might bring back the old WombleX save on Kerbal. I was gonna not do it anymore because Kerbal 2 came out. I'm like, oh, we'll just play Kerbal 2, but you know, I've got that hunger at the moment for Kerbal. And I'm not meeting my satisfaction, I think, with Kerbal 2. That being said, I don't want to give up on Kerbal 2. That's not what I'm saying at all. Just making orbit now. I'm making the vessel do this so that we're pulling the radial in. So that I can... detach this second stage and bring it into the atmosphere. We're close to the AP. I'm going to burn once more at AP. Okay, so there is a fundamental flaw in this. This craft that I've built doesn't seem to want to turn as well as I was hoping it would, like on its own. So maybe I should, maybe that probably would have helped a little bit more as well. I do have gyros in the build, so I don't understand why, but hey, it is what it is. The tutorials also look like that they might be more user-friendly. The tutorial in Kerbal 2. Do you know what? Yeah. Like, I haven't played the tutorials in Kerbal 2 yet. I haven't played the tutorials in Kerbal 2 just yet. I think I might play them. We'll kind of see. Okay, I'm going to ditch this second stage. That served me well. Is that engine active? Status off. Ooh, that looks cool. That's quite, it's got quite a good TWR as well, actually, now looking at it. That was able to extend the AP quite quickly. Nice. I want to switch back to this. Can I not? Okay, I can't, you can't switch back to, oops. You can't switch back to junk, annoyingly. So that's now gone. I don't actually have... Oh, I do... No, I do have solar panels on this, right? They're only cosmetic at the moment. And then we can also open the cargo bay. It should only open to 80%. And that will give us our Duna lander here. Oh, resource manager. Come on, game. Swear to God. Okay, so that's the hydrogen, that's for the nuclear engines, and that's our methalox. Nice! Looks pretty cool. Do you know what I should have added? I should have added more fashion lighting. That's what I should have done. I didn't think about it. But it's fine. All the fashion mass? Yeah, I do have fashion mass. How long does it take to rotate this by itself with it just using its internal gyros? Because maybe that was something that we should have used. I should have added more gyros onto this. It looks cool. Puff Charlie with the follow, thank you very much. One thing that I learned from the new tutorials is that if nav ball is broken, you're going down. I haven't really played with the new tutorials, so I can't. I'm sorry, I'm pretty proud of this. So I am going to take a few screenshots here, there, and everywhere, right? I find that rhyme quite funny. And obviously this is going to go to Duna, so we do want to... Can you not, camera? So we do want to send this off to Duna at some point. However, I'm pretty sure that Duna is probably way out of range. Yeah, so we want to... So I think for Duna you need like a 45-degree angle. So Duna needs to be here. So basically we've got to wait for us to catch up to Duna. And then we can burn and get an intersection with Duna. I believe. Yeah, moments like these is when it all comes together. They're great, but it takes so much trial and effort due to the buggy state of the game. To be honest, these sort of moments, it's the same with Kerbal, right? Like, it's a lot of trial and error. Absolutely, it's a lot. But the thing, like, absolutely, it's a lot of trial and error in Kerbal. That's kind of like one of the fun parts of the game. I don't mind the trial and error. It's the bugs and the fact that I can't figure out what the problem is that is my issue. Actually, a lot of the bugs I'm okay with. I can get out, but bugs are fine. I'm fully aware that they're not gonna be in the game forever, right? What I'm worried about is that how the game is interfacing with the user at the moment. I'm worried that that's going to stay in the game and that we're going to have issues with that, like for the future kind of thing. So yeah, but yeah, moments like these, you're absolutely right. I agree. It's definitely worth it. There's quite a few things that I do like, the changes that they've made. I think visually it looks amazing. I mean, look at that. Look at that. You know? Like, it looks amazing. The game does look amazing. I put a lot of effort into putting that into space. Like, it's like taking us 2 streams to figure that out. And a lot of bugs. But we got it there. Now we need to send it off to Duna. And that's going to be the next step. So, first off, I like the UI, high contrast and all. I hate the font, though. Let's have a look at the font. What is the font like? Because I can't comment on the font, really. Yeah, I don't like the font either, actually. Yeah, I don't like the font. It's too... blech. It's too bland. Do you know what they needed? They needed the Star Trek font. That's what they needed. Oh, look, my desktop has changed to a screenshot of Kerbal. That's pretty cool. I like that. That was my first Mun landing. I'm pretty pleased with that. Although that screenshot isn't the best of the screenshots that I've ever done. It's too much space at the bottom of Mun stuff. I should have moved the camera up to have more space stuff. But that's okay. I'd still like this screenshot. I like this screenshot, like the Kerbal looking at the other Kerbal thinking, you've put the flag wonky. That's not our flag. That's not the flag that we packed. Sorry, that's my desktop. That's my desktop image at the moment. Why do those zeros need dots inside them? That's a good point. I find it slow to get the part or info I want. Yeah, I find it very, very slow to get what I want. Absolutely, I agree. I do feel like, in terms of the way that the part manager works, they've really tried to reinvent the wheel. They've tried to make it feel very different to the original game because they want to put their own stamp on it. However, the original game kind of pretty much had it right. If you right-click a part, you get just that part because that's the only information you need. If you right-click a tank, you get the information of the tank, right? You get all the information you need by just right-clicking on the correct part. So, I mean, I do like the idea of having a parts manager, a list where you can easily go down that list and select the part that you want. I like that. That is a good concept, but they've taken away a core aspect of Kerbal. They've not improved upon that aspect. They've tried to reinvent the wheel. The part picker is problematic, I agree. I'm learning to use the search bar at the top of the parts list. Yeah, I mean, that is good. I think that is that's a good addition, like having a search engine up here so you can say, right, I need the cockatoo mark part, and then it comes up kind of thing. But right now in the parts manager, like when they're in space, you can't search for the parts. So it's like, well, why have them all listed together? What's the point? Like, you've got to go through every single one and be like, no, 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 no. I really like this craft. I think this looks quite cool. I do like the new hydrogen tanks. I'm not gonna lie. I like the domes. I like the domes of the new hydrogen tanks. We've got unlimited power in that part there, the RTG, and I've got solar power. I mean, we don't need it, honestly. RCHHLO2. Control from here, control orientation, control enabled, control station, stasis. I thought this part here was a reaction wheel, but it doesn't... Oh, no, it is. It's reaction control at RC. Oh, no, it's not. Is that a... That's not a reaction wheel at all, is it? No wonder this is struggling. It doesn't have a reaction wheel. The only reaction wheel it's got is the command pod at the front. That's okay, though. I think a vessel this size would be... It would take a long time for it to rotate anyway, so I'm not overly fussed about that. I guess it does have RCS up here, which I need to disable, because the RCS uses... Maybe that's what we could have added onto this, was RCS tanks. But the idea is that you're not going to be docking the mothership to things, you're going to be docking things to the mothership, right? You have GPIO set to low? Yes, I do, Tom. I do. Or Thomas, I should say. Okay, shall we time warp to when Kerbal is a little bit closer to Duna so that we can get that? So I think it's a 45-degree angle between the Mun... Oh. I think it's a 45-degree angle between... What GPU do I have? I've got a GTX 1080. Which I believe is above the recommended thing on the Steam page. What is the recommended thing on Kerbal 2? On the store page. Let's have a look. So I actually don't know. Actually, it does say RTX 380, so maybe I am actually below the recommended graphics card. So that could be why I'm struggling so bad, is because my graphics card's slightly... That's... RTX 380 is the recommended graphics. That's incredibly high. Oof. And the minimum requirements is a GTX 1070. Wow, that's a... Ugh. So yeah, my graphics card is probably the thing that's struggling. And the fact that I'm streaming probably doesn't help. But yeah. RTX 580 and it's laggy as fuck on launch, yeah. There's a lot of optimization. Yeah, 10 series are starting to show their age. Yeah, they are a little bit, Monty. I mean, I've had it for a long time. I might update my graphics card, actually, to be honest, at some point. Welcome in, Monty, by the way. Also... Twistina? I want to say it's like Christina, but with a W. Welcome in. Hi. Just get an Asus tough card. Star Citizen recommends 4 gigabytes of VRAM. GTX 1070 Ti was added because people were complaining that the minimum was an RTX 260. Interesting. Yeah, RTX 260 is quite low. Like, that's a couple of versions ahead of mine. They recommend a 380 because the game optimization sucks. Absolutely, it does sucks. Absolutely, 100% Kerbal. I've had problems with the Asus stuff. Yeah, just had problems. Yeah, it's the optimization on the game is not great. Why for the love of God do we need a high GPU? It's a space. What the fuck is it rendering? Well, okay, so yes and no. So the problem for me that I had with the first Kerbal game was that pretty much everything was rendered on a single core of your processor, right? So it relied heavily on your CPU, and that was where the bottleneck always lied. Doesn't matter how good your CPU was, it's only using one core out of like however many you've got. So that was its biggest problem. Now, this version, they seem to have gone the length of offloading that pressure onto your GPU instead, which kind of makes sense in a way, because you can get like really nice looking graphics and all that sort of stuff. However, it's causing no end of issues from what I understand. I mean, it does look good, and at the moment our frames are, it's pretty good frame at the moment. It's, you know, it's actually, let's have a look. Let me have a look, see what frame rate I'm getting. I should be at 30 FPS. I would imagine I'm 30 FPS. It's only when you're here, let's apply settings. Yeah, I'm getting 30 FPS at the moment. So our frame rate has been fixed from launch, right? And this has a high part count, so it kind of makes sense. 1060, 1660, RTX 580, I see. Let you ask this. Okay, so can I install a second GPU and help it? I don't know, Thomas. I'm not a hardware engineer or a computer specialist. I don't really have any experience with working with computers, just in general. I'm not very good at it. First I ordered a 390, that didn't work out of the box, and I got a 380, didn't work as well, and then I got a 380 Ti, didn't work either, got another 380 Ti, worked now for 3 months. Just sent it back, so I don't know. Jesus. Oh god, that is... yeah, that's a lot of issues that you've had with NVIDIA. An Asus. Yeah. That is a lot of problems you've had. Wow. Crossfire and SLI aren't really a thing anymore. Thank you very much for answering the question there, Just Shepherd. 280 Super before, yeah, MSI, no problems. MSI 1080 as well, no problems. I've never had any problems with my 1080. Because I've got a 1080 GSX. Wait, GTX. I live in the 90s. I had a lot of problems with the Asus after. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So it's the Asus parts that you've had the issues with, not NVIDIA. Okay, I see. Got you. So which is better, a 1660 or an RTX 580? The 1660, I would imagine. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a hardware engineer. It's a bigger number, right? Like, that's how I see it. The bigger the number, the better. That's what goes through my brain. I don't understand. And I don't follow computer hardware stuff as much as I do. I'll tell you what I do for a living. So for a living, I stick needles in people. I work for the NHS, which is the National Health Service in the UK. And there is a segment of the NHS that take blood donations. I work in a blood donation clinic where we basically take blood from people. We take blood, and we also have platelet machines, tremors with mini centrifuges in the bottom, where we also take platelets as well. So that's my job. In terms of computers, I've never worked with computers, not properly, not professionally or anything like that. Anything outside of streaming, like anything outside of my own personal computer, no idea. And I don't even understand my own personal computer myself, and I built it, so... that's generally true when comparing brands to itself, but not when comparing two brands. Exactly, Buzz. I generally, like, whenever you start, like, I don't know. I'm an idiot. 1660 is better, but it's lower than the GTX 1070 Ti. Yeah, this is just getting to numbers now. That doesn't necessarily hold as their AMD versus Nvidia. Yeah. Is this as good as it looked? Heard mixed reports suggesting it is a downgrade on the original. Hey, Devil's Mouth, how's it going? I will be bluntly honest. If you're looking at getting this game as a replacement to Kerbal, absolutely do not. Don't do it. The first game is finished. It's a finished game. It's a finished game, you know? This is in early access. So don't expect to be purchasing this and getting a full, complete, absolutely finished, beautiful game kind of thing. It's far, far, far from that. The only reason I can see for purchasing this game, and maybe I'm being a little bit short-sighted, the only reason is so that you can help develop a better game with the community. Because I definitely believe that the developers are developers that will get involved with the community and listen to the community and the feedback. So as long as you're being constructive and not rude and condescending, I think that's worth getting the game. Is the game in its current state worth the price tag attached to it? No, absolutely not. It's not. The current state, it's not even like a fraction of a game. It's buggy, it's hard to use, it's hard to replicate, and for me, quite frankly, it's a little bit, it feels like a money grab from not the developers, but from the publishing company. I have a feeling that the publishing company, which is Take-Two Entertainment, you can take that with what it is, I just have this feeling that they've gone very corporate and they've thought, right, we've put money into the develop of this, you had a timeline, you've missed your timeline, we're releasing the game because we need money back, right? That's what it feels like. It feels like a business decision. And it's a little bit shitty, in my opinion, but that's it. It's business, you know? That's what you got to do. Was that necessarily the right choice for the franchise? Probably not, because you know, all you're going to do is alienate the fans of the first game. People, like, honestly, right now, I would recommend buying the first game over this. Like, the first game is amazing, you know? You can do anything in the first game if you really put your mind to it. Not just that, there's also like a million different mods where you can then change the game into what this is going to be. So if you want the interstellar colony building stuff, there's mods for that. You can do that all in Kerbal. So Kerbal 1... I mean, Kerbal 1 without mods. I never played Kerbal with mods. I've got 5,000 hours on Kerbal. I never played it with mods, you know? I never needed to. So Kerbal 1 on its own is an amazing game with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours worth of fun and frustration and entertainment. It's definitely worth getting. This isn't there yet, but I have a feeling it will be if the developers stick with it and they listen to the community, which at the moment they seem like they are. They're aware that there are bugs. They're aware that there are issues. But if you're not interested in helping the development of the game and you just want the game, wait. I was watching you the other day and I'm glad to see that you got this into orbit. I'm a huge KSP1 fan and I'm disappointed in the release of 2, but I'm staying optimistic about the future of the game. Yeah, that's pretty much me as well, wilder than now. Also, hey, welcome in. Yeah, I got it into orbit. Do you know what I did? I strutted it to high heaven. That's pretty much what I did. It was wobbly rocket syndrome. I have to put my brain back into early access Kerbal 1 before we had auto strut mode, which is strut everything. Strut everything. So that's how we got it up there. And actually, it flew pretty well in the end, didn't it? the launch was a pretty okay. It was an okay launch. It wasn't one of my best launches, but you know, with the frame rate issues that we were having, you know, it's pretty good. I've got it into orbit. We haven't got it around Duna yet, though. We do have like 7,000 meters a second on this, so we should be able to get out to Duna, circularize around Duna, and then come back and circularize around Kerbin. That's the idea of this. It should be able to do it, maybe. I hope. We might need to use, like, say, Ike in order, like a gravitational pull around Ike to help us out. Maybe we could do that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I will try and make it as efficient as possible and see how much Delta V we've got left. But we should have enough Delta V in this thing to be able to do those two, like, just burn from 100 kilometer orbit to Duna. Like Duna 60 kilometer orbit, from Duna 60 kilometer orbit back to Kerbin 100 kilometer orbit. We should have enough Delta V in this to do that. Also, in the time that you've done that, you've also landed the craft there, burnt off your fuel, refueled it, redocked it back in. So, you know, you should be able to do that. Whether or not we will be able to do that, I don't know. We've got a long way to go yet. Those places are analogs to our solar system in some way. Haven't played Kerbal before. Yes. Okay. So, these places. So, Kerbal is the Earth-like planet where the Kerbals live. This is where you originate on. This is where you launch from. At least at the moment, this is the only place we can launch from. We have the Mun, which is a moon. The first moon of Kerbin. It's very similar in looks to ours. Can I focus? I can. So this is the moon. It looks very similar to our moon, and it looks very, very cool. There is a second moon called Minmus, which I don't want to set target. I want to head over to. So this is Minmus. I haven't actually visited this in Kerbal 2 yet, but it is a lot easier to land on and a lot easier to get to than the Mun. If you're learning the game, I recommend landing on that first instead of landing on the Mun first, because it's just easier to land on. Duna is a Mars-like planet. So let's focus on Dune if the game will let me. Duna is a Mars-like world. Yeah, that has a planetary body called Ike. So Mars has a planetary body, a moon, celestial body, sorry, called Phobos, but Phobos is a lot smaller than Ike. Ike is huge, and it's in a really interesting orbit. It's in a geostationary orbit, so it stays at the same point in Duna's sky. Or actually, does Phobos? I have a feeling that Phobos does. I reckon that's in like an almost geostationary orbit around Duna, right? Kind of like Mars has, yeah, it's got Phobos and Desmos, right? Is that right, Buzz? Phobos and Desmos? I can't remember. Mars moons, but one of them is in a Demi-Mars. Sorry. One of them is in a geostationary orbit, all right? Or am I making that up? I might be making that up. I probably am. I'm probably making that up. But either way, Ike is a lot bigger than either of those. But there's a reason for that, and that's because, you know, we're playing a video game. We want to have fun. So this is the first time, by the way, that I'm seeing Duna in Kerbal 2. Wow. That looks pretty cool, actually. That looks really cool. So yeah, there's Duna, and this is Ike. Set target. No, clear focus. So this is Ike, which should be in a geostationary orbit around. What is the gravity on Duna? I think it's like 3.1 G? No, 3.1 meters a second squared. Like, the gravity on Kerbin is 9.81 meters a second squared. So, it's a third, basically. Right, we've set Duna as target, actually. That was probably a good time for us to do that. There's other planetary bodies as well. So you've got Eve, which is here. This, you know, this this transparent planet. It's not actually a transparent planet. Yeah, it's 0.3 G. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's like 3.4 meters a second squared. But yeah, it's 0.3 G, which is the better way of explaining it. So this is Eve, which is a Venus-style planet. It's got a much higher gravitational pull. I think it's like 2G or something for Eve, so it's a lot harder to land on and take off of. There is Gilly, which is I want to focus. I don't want to set as target. Which is a very, very, very small rock. I think this... What? This has the lowest amount of gravity in the Kerbal star system. So that's quite a cool place to go to if you're a beginner. If you want to go to a planet and you want to land somewhere that's fairly easy to go to that isn't in Kerbal... In the Kerbal sphere of influence, you can go to Gilly. Gilly's pretty easy to land on. Gilly trip and end up in orbit. Yeah. Focus. Set. Target. So yeah. There's also Moho down here. This is quite difficult to get to. So this is Moho. So this is quite difficult to get to because... Not because the gravity is high around Moho, but because you're going so close to the Kerbal, which is the star, you've got to slow yourself down around Moho, and there's no like atmosphere to help slow you down. There's also our last planet, kind of, that has a lot of stuff going on, is Jewel. And this is kind of like a Jupiter-style thing with lots of moons, right? So inside you've got Val, you've got Lath, you've got Tylo, you've got Bop, and you've got Pol. Tylo, for me, personally, I would say is probably the hardest thing to land on. Lath is a pretty cool planet because that's got atmosphere. And this, let's focus on this, looks a little familiar, right? Looks a little bit like Kerbal. That's because it's got a full atmosphere and gravity that is very similar to Kerbal. So, yeah. Wait, Val? No, Val is the hardest thing to land on. Not Tylo. I mean Val, because Val's gravity is ridiculous. Or it's one of the two. I can't remember. It's one of those two moons. I tend not to actually go to Jewel that often. There's also other things like Elu and Dres, which we won't get into. Elu is... really far out, but it's actually quite easy to get to. It's Tylo is the bigger one. Okay, so it's Tylo that I'm thinking of, yeah. You see, this, yeah, it is Tylo. I thought it was Tylo. Yeah, Tylo is pretty tough. That's a tough place to land. Dres has a ring now. Does it? Let's have a look at this, because Dres is designed around Ceres. Is it Ceres? Ooh, it does have a ring. So this is designed around a planetary body in our asteroid belt called Ceres. It's like a dwarf planet. And so the fact that it's got rings is pretty cool. I like that. Dres got some love. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever been to Dres in the Kerbal game. It's never given me any interest to go here. Okay, but it looks cool, so. No colliders in the rings yet, but maybe later. I'm kind of hoping so, maybe. It'd be pretty cool if we had colliders there. Maybe you could do, like, a mission where you get into the rings itself and capture a rock that spawns there, and then you send it back to Kerbal. That'd be pretty cool. That would be really cool. So yeah, that's kind of like the Kerbal system. Where's the roadmap? So that's the Kerbal system. In Kerbal 2, we do have a roadmap. So we're currently in early access right now. The next release is going to be Science Tree. So that basically will be a different way of playing the game where you can do science gathering and there's a tech tree progression. Guess what I'm going to be doing in that? I'm going to be doing a Womblex save. We then have colonies so that we can do colony part, and this is the thing that I'm most excited by, orbital vehicle construction. Really excited about that. Then we've got an interstellar phase, which we will get a brand new star system called the Deb system, and interstellar parts. So we'll be able to go to a different star. That's the first time Kerbal, base game Kerbal, you'll be able to do that. So again, quite excited for that. And then we've also got the exploration thing, which is resource gathering, which means that we'll be able to come back from said star, hopefully. And a new star system as well, so we get so we're going to have at least 3 star systems in this roadmap, including the Kerbal star system, which is where we start. And then after all of that, we get multiplayer. So that's the roadmap that we're kind of on with Kerbal 2, which for me, the colonies one is the thing that I'm most excited about. Because being able to actually build colonies on the surface of the planets would be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool, right? Like, I think I'm most excited about that. How many years will the roadmap take? I'm going to say 4. To complete that roadmap, I would say 4. But they haven't given us a number. I wonder if they'll add gas giants to the game, or do they have a gas giant planet already? Yeah, we've got a gas giant planet. So that is Jewel. So Jewel here, I didn't really show you Jewel, actually, now I think about it. I showed you the moons around Jewel. You can't actually get to Jewel itself because it is a gas giant. You can't land on Jewel. Uh-oh. Yeah, so this is the gas giant here. Wow, Jewel really got an upgrade. Look at that. I wonder how colony fabrication will work. Would you need to gather resources, set up mining locations, etc.? I really hope so. I really hope so. That's what I'm excited about. I want that. I want surviving Mars combined with Kerbal Space Program. That's what I want. They added a surface. They've added a surface to Jewel, have they? Except they added a surface now, so not sure it qualifies anymore. I didn't know that there was a surface for Jewel. Okay. No, I didn't know that. Sorry. Chat's going by quite quick, so I'm struggling to keep up with everything's saying. I'm trying to give it everyone. Whoever thought of the Deb system, what a name. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's deep in there. Okay. So for now, what is better in KSP 2 than KSP 1? Apart from the graphics and the UI changes. I would say the bigger parts. There's more options with the bigger parts at the moment. So if we jump back to... Can I tab back? No. Is there a quick shortcut way to focus back to our vessel? I guess not. I guess we just have to kind of like focus. Focus, do not destroy. Jesus, why does that give you the option to destroy the craft? That's a dum-dum. So if I focused on this, for me, what is better about the game than the first one is the fact that you have different fuel types. So you've actually got fuel. It's instead of it just being liquid fuel, we have hydrogen and methane. So we've got literally 2 different types of fuel, which I love that. I think that's better than the first game. And these new fuel tanks, the hydrogen tanks, which are brand new and they were not in the game before, and the nuclear engine, this brand new nuclear engine, love it. Absolutely love it. But we don't know if it's going to work yet because we haven't actually done it. I'll be back later. Peace. No worries, Buzz. Thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate you. I think in the current state of the game, you can enter the Jules atmosphere because there's no heating. There's no heating. So it does make me wonder. Also, thank you very much for the follow there. I appreciate it. Glory. Yeah, it does make me wonder whether there was an intention to have a surface or not. Or whether that's just a side effect of the fact that there's no atmospheric heatings or anything like that. You know what I just realized? There's something broken. On one of my scenes. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. Okay, let's set up a maneuver node. Enough talking, enough waffling. Let's set up a maneuver node. We've got a 5.5 degree inclination change that we've got to meet. So I'm actually going to do that at my next maneuver point. We're going to cancel that out. So we need to burn with this. Oh, it doesn't give us the new inclination change? Really? Fine, we'll just do it then. That sucks. Is that 5.5 for Duna though? Did you set a target for another world? I think it's Duna. Looks like it's Duna, yes. Yeah. It looks like it's Duna. I was swapping things around, but yeah. You do, in fact, have engines in this spaceship? Question mark. Yes, I do. I've got nuclear engines on the back. I've got nuclear engines, which are high in ISP and also high in thrust, which was definitely needed with the nuclear engine, was to have... Basically, they've just made a 5 times version of the Nerva engine and called it a Swerve. It's a brand new engine, just for this game. I never used to use the nuclear engine because it was, like, low on thrust. I'm too lazy to wait. Too lazy to wait for a nuclear engine. Might be efficient, but I'm just lazy. Game's crashed again, by the way. It's really struggling today. Really struggling, but that's okay. So how is everyone today, by the way? What are you doing with your Saturday? I realise chat's going quite fast, so I presume there's quite a few new people in the chat. Welcome in. If you don't know me, I want to focus and I want to set the target. Hey Bithril, how's it going? If you don't know me, I actually first started streaming on set target. There we go. Duna was set as target. I first started streaming on Kerbal 1 about 7 years ago. That's not the only game I stream. I stream a variety of different games. Probably the thing that I put the most amount of focus on, though, is Dungeons and Dragons. We're having a little bit of a hiatus. Just woke up, Deep Space. Nice. Well, welcome in. I plan on buying KSP 2 today, but I'll probably cop KSP 1 as well, considering it's a 75% on sale right now on Steam. Honestly, Glory, I'll tell you this, Frank. I'll be as frank and honest as possible with this. Don't get Kerbal 2 in its current state if you haven't played Kerbal 1. Just get Kerbal 1. Kerbal 1 is worth it. You don't even need to get all the DLCs. Get Kerbal 1, learn how to play the game, how the game functions and stuff, and then by the time you're ready and you've kind of learnt Kerbal, I'll hope that Kerbal 2 is in a better form, especially because Kerbal 1 is on sale for 75% at the moment. It's a bargain. absolutely a bargain. Yeah, discount. I was talking about D&D. Yeah, so the Tales of Mercia. It is a homebrew campaign that I kind of created. We have 10 sessions available. We have completed 10 sessions of it. It involves me and a few of my mods, Discount, Animal, Cathbris, and Janus Games. All of which have their own YouTube stuff. Some of them don't stream, their own Twitch stuff. Some of them don't stream as often as others. At the moment, I don't think Animal and Kath really stream that much, but they have in the past. Animal plays a lot of Minecraft things when he streams. Kath does a lot of like space-style stuff when he does stream, but he's a very busy person, so he doesn't get the chance anymore. Discount does a lot of space stuff as well, including Kerbal. I think that's how we met, Discount. Is that right? I think it was through Kerbal. And Janus plays a lot of just games. She just does a lot of games. Story-based games, all sorts of games. Just anything, really. They're all in different time zones, though. Right, I want... Create a maneuver. No. Why have I lost... my... inclination? Why have I lost my inclination? How can I find out what my inclination of my orbital period is? There is nothing. There's nothing on this UI. I don't know. Sod it. It doesn't matter. I don't need it. We're going to do a bit of a time warp. And we're going to get it so that Duna and Kerbin are separated from a 45-degree angle. Oh, pray tell, what does a 45-degree angle mean? Well, I'm talking about an angle. If you drew a line from Kerbin to the sun and then back to where Duna is, that angle needs to be 45 degrees. So we want Duna relative to the sun and Kerbin. If we're acting those as fixed points, we want Duna to be about here. At the moment, it's all the way over there, so it's too far in front. So effectively, what we've got to do, we've got to wait for Kerbal to catch up with Duna. Because they're all moving stuff. So let's do a bit of time warping. And let me guess here. I can't time warp anymore. Because I'm too low in the... Fine, let's go to the vehicle assembly building. That's awesome. I'll definitely check out your D&D. I've been on a long hiatus on your own campaign. Well, like I said, there's 10 episodes already there. They're all on the YouTube channel. Discount linked it. They have just got to the point where they have finished all of the side quests before the main story event goes on. However, we are taking a small hiatus because Janice is doing personal stuff at the moment, and we're about to just start like the big story, so you know, I wanted everyone to be there, so I've kind of made the decision to have like a hiatus until around about mid-April, which also gives me a little bit of a break because it does take quite a lot of mental strength to be able to develop all these scenarios and things, so it's nice just to have a little bit of a rest now and then before, unless you get, otherwise you get kind of I cannot go faster than 100 times time warp. Why can I not go faster than 100 times time warp? Oh god, game, please. Why? Time warp is bugged. You have to put your vehicle on the launch pad and not launch it. With it controlled, and then you can then time warp. Oh, any vehicle. Okay, any vehicle. Okay. This is what we're gonna do then. We're gonna go back to the vehicle assembly building. We're going to get my F-18 build that we did the other day, and we're going to put it on the launch pad. And we're not gonna save over it like we did with the To the Moon thing. We're going to load. Watch a bunch of Matt Lone videos, and he had this bug. Matt Lone is phenomenal, honestly. And I'm really pleased that the developers are listening to the likes of him, Scott Manley, EJSA, and those sort of like big pioneers of Kerbal in order to play the game. This is why I've got faith, is because like people like Matt Lone are actually actively in communication with the developers. They know what they need in the game and what the game needs. So this is my F-18 replica, which now I look at it, looks amazing. So let's launch this out on the runway, and we'll just make sure that the wheels are engaged. Landing gear. Kerbal Online community is fantastic, and it's great that the dev recognizes it. Yeah, 100% agree, Wilder. For me, Kerbal, I mean, the Kerbal community has always been amazing. It's one of the best communities there is. How did you get into KSP? SPF? Ooh, that's a good question. I randomly found it. No, I saw, I was kind of at the time into YouTube, watching YouTube Let's Plays. Big YouTubers like, well, at the time, I mean, this is like 7-8 years ago. But one of the YouTubers had a paid promotion by Squad saying, hey, play this game, and that's it. And they played it, they launched a rocket, and it crashed, and it was horrible, and it was awful. And I was like, huh, that seems quite fun. And it was just before Kerbal released. So I bought it. I fell in love, and then I started streaming it pretty much soon after. I've got about 5,000 hours in the first game now. Okay, so we're going to hit the brakes on this. Going to hit the brakes on this, please. Matt Key Kerman. So that's how I got into Kerbal. I then gradually found people like Scott Manley and those tutorials because he did those tutorials in like the 0.9 version. So I found those, and then yeah, I learned the game from him, and from streaming and watching other people stream and that sort of stuff. I think Jimorian was another one that I watched a lot of. He gave me a lot of good ideas for Kerbal. I thought my 3,000 hours in Kerbal was a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people that dwarf my 5,000 hours. For my 5,000 hours in Kerbal, I can't really play the game that well compared to other people that play 5,000 hours worth of Kerbal, you know what I mean? From what I've heard, EJ has 40k hours. There is someone who's an avid follower of EJ, who has mapped out how many hours EJ actually has. His name's Maz. He appears in my chat every so often. But yeah, he streamed a lot of Kerbal. 40k, that sounds about right. 40,000 hours. Because he does it, he plays Kerbal every day, and has been playing it every day on stream for about 8 hours a day for 10 years. So yeah, you can quickly figure it out. And the majority of those hours were not in Steam's version of Kerbal. So I should now be able to time warp faster than 100x. 1,000x, here we go. 10,000x, Kerbal is moving. So this is 100,000 speed. I'm a little bit reluctant to go faster, because we're going to go faster anyway. By a factor of 10. So that's about a 90-degree angle. That's about an 80-degree angle. We want to stop round about a 40-degree angle, so we'll go there. We'll see if we can get a maneuver intersection node, and hopefully we can. It's been a long time since I've done a transfer to Duna, actually, now I think about it. Day 180, right. Day 180 sounds about right, so I think we're in the right ballpark. Vehicle assembly building. Tracking station, that's what I want. Is there a way to bypass the status program loader? The stupid pre-game loader? No, I don't think so, Thomas. I don't know. Duna Mothership 3, for whatever reason, is Duna Mothership 3, sure. Let's control this. I am. There was a warning message that came up there. What was the warning message about? Vessel launched. I am gonna do a quick save here. F5. Actually, I probably should have done that before, but it's fine. There's mods to do it. Yeah, you know me and mods, RM. I don't do I don't do mods really in most video games. RimWorld is definitely the exception. RimWorld's the exception. And then it's not about like game improvement, like it's not about quality of life mods. I usually do story building mods. So so it would be RimWorld and I guess GTA 5 because I did a lot of GTA roleplay back in the day. I guess that counts as modded version of GTA Online. So I will play things for the story benefit. There's a Reddit guide to how to bypass the right click. Oh, okay. Interesting. Close the properties windows and enjoy KSP with no launcher. I don't mind using the launcher, but yeah, I don't mind using the launcher, but yeah, I do find it irritating. So you can bypass it. Thank you very much. Uh-oh, game's crashed. Game gone, bye-bye. Okay, we're gonna clear the cache. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna clear the cache. So local files, Verity integrity, and we'll see how that works. Game absolutely 100% went nope. Nope. Hey Fox, how's it going? How's Kerbals in space? Yeah, buggy as hell. It's like playing insects in space. Yeah, it's buggy. More buggy than I was expecting for I mean, it's an early access build, right? So it's not the final version of the game. They haven't released the final version, and there is a roadmap. It is early access. You expect to encounter bugs. That being said, the game is definitely not optimized, not even by insects. The second one, Fox. The game has definitely been released in terms of the early access aspect of the game far too soon. It is unstable by a long way. You should have played Kerbal 1 early access. I didn't, Smitty. But I think that's unfair. It's unfair to put those two next to each other. Squad, when they were developing Kerbal 1, was literally like 5 people, and, you know, they didn't have any money whatsoever. Kerbal 2 have a big publishing company backing them, you know, Take-Two. It's the developers are a very small company, Interact Games, right? But they do have more money, and they've got a fan base that's a lot bigger than what the original game had. So I think it's unfair to compare them. You can download and play it. That's true. I can download and play early access in Kerbal 1, but why would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that to you? I did play Kerbal 1, though, when it got released, and yeah. I mean, there was optimization issues with that, like, released version. Actually, yeah. So I played 0.9 as well, because I bought it just before it fully released. So I did play it before then, but yeah, I mean, I remember one of the biggest bugs that was out in the 1.0 version was a fairing bug where it added drag instead of like reducing drag or something like that. But that got, yeah. Squad in 2011 wasn't even a software development studio, I believe. Yeah, I think you're right, Wilder. Like, then it was literally like 5 people in a shed building a game. Kind of like, weirdly, kind of like how RimWorld is now. Like, you look at RimWorld, there's like one guy doing it, you know, and they do he does a pretty good job. RimWorld's pretty cool. But yeah, it's very independent. Yes, Take-Two does have a lot of money, yes, but they let Squad run like it always has. Not like they say, here, take all this extra money. No, they don't. You're absolutely right, Smitty. Yeah, you're right. But then on the other side, they are charging, and I'm pretty sure this is down to Take-Two, they are charging like $15 more for Kerbal 2 than Kerbal 1, and Kerbal 1's a finished, complete game. This is early access, and also Kerbal 1's on sale at the moment, so why would you get Kerbal 2 when you can barely do anything in it? Whereas, you know, Kerbal 1, you can pretty much do anything. So I'm not recommending people buy Kerbal 2 at the moment. That being said, I do think Tynan is amazing. Absolutely. It's a game of a game. Yeah, absolutely. Tynan is phenomenal. RimWorld is probably one of my favorite. It is for the fans. Absolutely, I agree. Like, that's why I've got it. I'm a fan of Kerbal. I want them to build a new game. Like, when we get the roadmap up, in fact, I've got the roadmap here. When we get the roadmap, like, Colonies is probably what I'm really looking forward to. Like, because the ability to orbital launch construction, we can have space docks, you know, and actually build things in space. We can make starships. That's what that's for. We can build starships. We can do Star Trek. We can do Star Trek in Kerbal 2. Or at least I think that's the idea. Also, colony parts, being able to actually put full structures down that aren't Kraken striking and destroying and blowing up and everything, you know. That's what I'm really looking forward to. So we've got a bit of a way to get there, and then, you know, full release will probably be the multiplayer stuff. More launch locations, so I kind of hope that they'll add the desert launch complex in the desert. I think that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, I noticed a significant FPS when I bypassed the loader. Oh, a significant improvement in FPS or lower? So I might do that. I won't do it on stream though. Once it comes out, I think it will go up in price. Do you think, Smitty? Yeah, it will go up in price once it comes out of early access. Do you reckon? We'll see. I don't know. I think it's already pretty pricey for, you know, it's already pretty pricey at the moment. I don't mind, personally, I don't mind paying that to play the game, to help with the development and stuff, and, you know, add feedback and be constructive and, you know, be part of the community. But I wouldn't recommend other people, especially if they've not played the first game, to spend that money, you know. There's definitely other things that money can be spent on that gets more worthwhile. Yeah, it'll go up in price, yeah. They really need to fix SAS. To be honest, Thomas, they need to fix a lot of things. It's not just like as simple as that. Take-Two wants their money price, yeah. Yeah, their money price will go up. I think you're right, Smitty. everyone, like, here's the thing that's really annoys me. They really, really try and crap all over Take-Two, and say, well, now Kerbal 2's coming out, you're going to have microtransactions and all this, that, and the other. It's like, well, really, Take-Two don't have anything to do with the development, they're just the publisher. Sure, they can make demands on what the game has, but the developers don't have to listen to them. They're just a publisher at the end of the day. They don't actually have a say in what, other than the pricing of the product, they don't have a say in what the product actually really is, from what I understand. And they never really interfered with Kerbal 1. In fact, if anything, after Take-Two bought out Kerbal 1 was doing updates like every half year. You know, there was a lot of good updates. We got the DLCs, we got, you know, and they were good. They were good DLCs. They were good finished product, you know. It wasn't like, oh, early access DLC, you know what I mean? Like, it was a finished product. Like, moving parts and, you know, all that sort of thing. They were, that was good DLCs. So Take-Two did actually, in my opinion, do quite a good job with Kerbal. So I'm kind of hoping that they'll have the same amount of input with Kerbal 2. But people like to worry and stress about that sort of thing. I tend not to. You can't change. It is what it is, right? You can't change that. I try and remain optimistic, but I'm also cautious with my optimism. Also, hey Isaac, sorry, welcome in. So yeah, I mean, I'm not. What I don't want. Wow, 2,700 files successfully validated. Okay, so maybe that'll make the game run a little bit better. We shall see. Oh, black screen. Okay, maybe it will, maybe it won't. We shall see. Do you know something that I do like about the launcher at the moment is weekly focuses. Like weekly builds. I like the idea of doing weekly builds. KSP is a golden model of constant game development over a long period of time. Look, add to launch orbit. That's the weekly challenge. I like the idea of weekly challenges. How to submit feedback. This is very important. The news on this. And the KSP2 journey, that was already out. But yeah, this is actually very important. If you do want to submit feedback, this pretty much gives you all of the information of how to do that successfully. But the weekly challenge thing is primary goal, get an air-launched rocket to low-carbon orbit. Stretch the goal, air-launched rocket to the Mun. Jeb level goal is air-launched rocket to Duna. Val level goal is Lathe. And land back on Kerbal. So pretty cool idea. But that's your weekly challenge if you're interested in that sort of thing. I think these are pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. I like the launcher. What I like most about it is launching the game. That's true. But yeah. We shall launch it. Stardew Valley is the platinum model of solo created game. Do you reckon? Platinum model of a solo created game. I've never played Stardew Valley, so bypass the launcher. Yeah, I know. I will set that up actually. Bypassing the launcher. KSP, my first plane is a U2 clone. Nice. That's pretty solid reason to like a launcher to launch the game. STV is pretty amazing. What's STV? Stardew Valley. Is that right? Is that what STV is? What's the T for? The S and the T in Stardew, I guess. Interesting. Because I'm an idiot and it's early. Okay. It is early for you, Fox. How are you, by the way? I didn't ask. You doing well? What have you been doing? What have you been doing? Didn't know Stardew was only created by a single dev. I didn't know that. That's awesome. That's the same level as RimWorld. That's amazing. I have never played Stardew Valley. I like the idea of Stardew Valley, but I've never played it. It's one of those games where I'm like, I know if I stop playing it, I'm never going to stop. It's a rabbit hole that I'm going to get into, and then my entire life and existence will be sapped away by a video game. And I've got too many of those video games. Okay, we've got the quick save here, which is 180 days, and then the autosave is 9 days. So if this quick save crashes the game, which it could, we need to go back to the autosave and figure out another way of time warping. Involuntary semester off because I'm a doofus and I missed a deadline. Oof. Yeah, I'm working part-time in the mornings during the week. I see. Yeah, no, I've kind of dropped out of university now. So, I mean, I did a semester. Well, we call them terms, but I did one term and I was like, this isn't for me. I plan on going back to university though, but to study something else. So by the way, I was studying engineering, for anyone else knows. I was studying engineering, and then I got the job where in the blood bank at the moment, what I'm currently doing, and I'm really enjoying the job that I'm doing. That was only supposed to be to make ends meet kind of thing, so that to fund university, and actually I was like, you know what, I prefer doing this than what I've done, you know, than what I'm studying to do. So it's like, well, this is what I want to do, which is weird because I mean, effectively I'm in healthcare, right? I kind of was in care. So I was before that, for 9 years, I was a teacher, albeit a teacher of very, very young people. Very young, very little, like 4 to 5 year olds. And that was quite taxing. I was very quiet. When I was streaming a lot, because I used to stream at the same time as that job, I kind of was very much, never tell anyone who knew what I did. I was like, never tell anyone what I do, because that's weird and I don't want people to know. But I'm okay. It's retrospective now, so I can talk about it, right? 4 to 5 year olds are young. 45. I meant 4 to 5 year olds. I'm admin cleric for a home and health hospice care company. Nice. Interesting. Is there only liquid fuel tanks at the moment? Liquid fuel tanks. Is there only liquid fuel tanks? Okay, so liquid fuel no longer exists. You've got methane and you've got hydrogen. You can get just methane tanks, or you can get methalox, which is methane and oxygen. So, yes, but it's not liquid fuel, it's methane. Like, they've named it after methane itself. For planes and not rockets, yes. For planes, yes, you can. Just plain fuel, jet fuel, which is methane in the game. I can get away with streaming while at my desk in front of the class. Hey, Infinite Relic, how's it going, my dude? I didn't want any of the parents to potentially find the stream or anything like that. I didn't want those two worlds colliding, so that was kind of why I was very quiet. Not that they ever would find the stream, but just to be on the safe side, I was very absolute, never talk about work. Now I'm not so bothered because I'm in the public anyway. I do have to be a little bit more careful, like, about what I say, because I'm a lot more open about my job. So I've got to have a little bit more restraint with how I'm presenting myself, I think. But yeah. But yeah, no, basically I work for a blood donation clinic. I basically stab people for a living. I get the needle, I stick it in the arm, and I take the blood. I fucking love it. It's great. Get to meet loads of cool people. It took ages to freaking get through training, and now I'm the trainer. Like, I've been doing it for a year now, so I'm kind of at the point where I can train others, and yeah, I really enjoy it. For planes and not rockets, I don't see any in the Mark II variant. I'll show you in a second, Thomas. Okay, what are we doing? We're spinning uncontrollably. Okay, so the game definitely worked. Alright, let's set up a maneuver node. We shall set target. And we'll see if we can... so how do we do this? Do we have to burn on the sun side? Yes. Right. No. Other way around. I have not done this for a very long time, so bear with me. Night side raises your AP around the sun. Yeah, I know. Like, if you're going towards the sun, you have to burn where the sun is. I'm just an idiot. Oh god, this is not easy to use. Why? Oh, okay, so we've got an inclination here. We've got a close approach. If we keep burning... Ugh. When I land on the sun, I land on the dark side of it. Knight says, yeah. When they find you, they will not find your OnlyFans page. Exactly, Smitty. But no, I mean, like, we can be quite rude on this channel. I can be quite rude. I'm quite a rude person, right? Like, I'm very blunt to people, and that is not necessarily a good thing when you're in this. You found the liquid fuel? Good. Okay, so I think we need to wait to do this burn, right? So we need to wait a little bit longer, because that's your 1017 meters a second. We're not quite there. Like, if that's the intersect, that's where our target's going to be. So that is the closest approach. So really what I want now is I want to say, I don't want to focus and destroy. I want to skip a few more orbits to bring this a little bit closer. But do you know what I really wished? The maneuver nodes are annoying. Don't click destroy. There's a prompt to stop you. Yeah, don't click destroy, because that destroys the craft. I really hate the fact that you can very easily destroy your craft when it's in orbit. That's stupid. Okay, I'm going to F5 here, because this will create a good... Let's be honest, it's Cathbris, gotta be... Cathbris that we've got to be careful about, absolutely. I noticed you did not hold my hand and show me where the safe spaces are in your room. Yeah, they didn't do JP5 for jet engines. No, it's just methane for it. How is the space? Hey, Sign. We're trying to get a close encounter, close approach to Duna. Oh my god, the game keeps freezing though. I really thought that verifying the integrity of the cache would actually help, but it's not. Which makes me think that this mothership has too many parts. So we're always going to have this issue. There is no safe space in Kerbal. The Kraken will eventually get us all. Is it the SAS that's kind of breaking the game? Because I've got SAS on and it's pointed prograde at the moment. Oh my god. This is so frustrating. So when my mouse cursor disappears from the stream, that's when it freezes for me. That's when it goes into the grey. It's gone grey, and it's like KSP2 is not responding. It'd be funny to have a bunch of cows on Kerbin space. On Kerbin, since there's a lot of methane is used in the ship. That would actually be very funny. I agree with that. There is no safe space in Kerbal. The Kraken will eventually get us all. Absolutely it will. It's the loader. Bypass it. Is it actually the loader though? Will that actually save my problem? Will that actually properly stop the game from kind of like freezing every 2 seconds? Is the loader running in the background? That's the question that I have to... Oh! No, the loader is not loading in the background, is not running in the background. So once you load the game, the launcher is gone. So I don't think bypassing is gonna really fix the problem. Probably just putting a plaster all over it. I noticed that there's a lot smaller load on the GPU. It's hidden behind the Kraken. Could be. There we go. We got Kerbal back. Okay, right. So if I were to... let me think about this. Burn in that direction. No, I want to burn in this direction. It's not... No, that's not going to work. Okay, we need to time warp. That's what we need to do. I have a problem. My spacecraft, the apoapsis and the periapsis around Kerbin has changed for no damn reason. Have we got the bug where part ineffective, lack of stellar... I don't know what that means. Have we got a bug here? Have I been missing something down here? Look at this. Look at the AP and the periapsis. The AP is now at 130 and the periapsis is at 90. We circularize this at 100 by 100. Not having any debris or unnecessary active vessel can help as well. They don't seem to ever be unloaded. Okay, good to know. So before, we have had in the past a bug where for no reason whatsoever the AP and the periapsis is changing when there's no thrust happening on the craft. Okay, Talon. Okay, so basically I want to go to the tracking station now. We want to recover J16. And we also want to go to the MUN. I want to destroy this. And I cannot destroy the debris. which definitely feels like an oversight. I can't do anything with that debris. That's the only debris that we've got, and that was the lander segment of our lunar lander when we went to the Mun. So that's the only debris now that we've kind of got around the Mun. So let's focus on that. So I have this. What is that there? So there is something. There's something on the surface of KSE. Destroying the debris. Send a rocket to... I don't think that's how it works. Okay, so now let's focus back, control this. And I've also lost my... Don't know what that is. But I've also lost my time warp abilities, right? So it can only go at 100 times time warp, but that's kind of what I want at the moment. Because we want to do a few orbits to see if we can get a better... lack of stellar exposure. I don't know what that message... It pops up behind me. You can't see it, but there's like lack of stellar exposure. It doesn't... I don't know what that means. It's like a weird warning message that has nothing to do with anything. Is your time warp gone because you're too close to an object? Yeah, pretty much, Barn. But when you go into the tracking station, it doesn't autocorrect. Also, I'm having an issue now where every 2 seconds we're freezing, and I can't seem to figure it out. Why? We tried clearing the cache of the game, right? Like, to kind of reset it, but I have a feeling that there's just too many parts on the vessel, and it's just like, no, I don't want to do this. Don't want to do this now. You got too many parts. You need to build a smaller vessel. But it's annoying because it's like, well, you've put all these really cool little parts in the game for me to create a mothership. I've built a mothership, and it's got a lot of parts. Like, this is what you've been cock teasing me about for fucking ages, game. Come on now. Last time when you minimized to try to close the loader, it came back. Did it? The game came back? No, it's just a matter of like giving it time, Pyro. I've already minimized the game at the moment, and it's still loading when I've clicked back into the game. It's just a matter of giving it time. The application is not responding. The program may respond again if you wait. I do not want to end program. Thank you. But it's also like stalling out my PC as well. So I don't know whether streaming is helping. Streaming's probably not helping. They promised a game. They never said the hardware could run it. That's true, Thomas. That, well, to be fair, they haven't really delivered on the game. This is Bug Simulator. I really hope... I really, really hope they fix... at least optimize bits of this. Like, it's the game optimization that needs a lot of work. Because at the moment, I feel like I need to build a brand new PC, like top of the spec PC to be able to play this. No cockpit views. Yeah, there's no cockpit views at the moment, which is fine. I don't mind them missing out little features like that. At the moment, it's a pain. Yeah, this is a big problem for me. Look, this is what I see. This is what I'm seeing. Oh, it's fixed itself. Maybe that is what I need to do. I need to like just switch out of the game and then switch back into the game. Okay. I don't know what to do. Honest, chat, I don't know what to do, because my idea is I want to go out to Duna, but I can't time warp. When I do try and time warp, it kind of is crashing out the game a little bit. I can't create maneuver nodes. Oh, that's interesting. You can't create a maneuver node when the game is paused. I don't know how I feel about that. You have to create the maneuver node when the game is in play. Yeah. I mean, can we make multiple maneuver nodes? We can, so it might just be easier. Oh, but we don't know how much delta V we're using for this. It's got to go that way. Can't warp in the KSC. No, so there's a bug at the moment. There's a bug at the moment. There's a bug in the moment where if you have a vessel in low orbit, you cannot warp faster than that vessel, even when you're in the KSC, and because it's selecting that vessel as active. So we tried time warping in the tracking station. It doesn't work. Flight controls now in docking mode. What? Oh, okay. Didn't know that was a thing, so that's delete. Good to know. In the KSC. You mean the Kerbal Space Center? We can have a look. No, we still can't look. The maximum time warp that we've got available at the bottom is 100x. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you are, Buzz. You cannot warp faster than 100x. The only way to do that is to place a vessel out on the launch pad, not have it launch, and keep it on the launch pad. Then you can time warp faster. Now, I presume the transfer windows for Kerbal is the same for Kerbal 2. So I presume that's right. So if that's right, I think the departure is around day 200, right? Not, I think we're too far away from the actual departure date. Because what, we're on day 180? So 180 would mean that I would need 1,900 meters a second, whereas, so I'm using an extra 300 meters a second, so we should probably leave it a little bit longer to time warp anyway. Actually, Yeah, the start date is different. Day 1, year 0. The other is year 1. Oh. So then that means that the orbital transfer is going to be different? Because I was thinking about using the launch planner window. Which is an Alex Moon GitHub thing for KSP. I was wondering if there was one for Kerbal too. I was thinking about using that to get the exact launch date that I want to be aiming for. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's like time year 0, day 180. But I mean, the thing is that basically what I'm aiming for is like a 45-degree angle. I would say that's about a 45-degree angle, maybe 50 degrees. So I should be able to get a close approach anyway. So we're in the right ballpark. Day 180. On Alex Moon and the other, you must remove a year. Oh, right. Yeah. So yeah, it is. I get what you're saying. Yahoo. Yeah. I get what you're saying there. Sorry, it took me a while. Better off looking at phase angles. Yeah. So something they have not improved upon is maneuver nodes. I mean, this is winding me up because I can't see how close I am to Duna. Like, it's just saying here and here. Like, it doesn't give us any information. It's winding me up. Phase angles are surer. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Oh, I can't remember how to do that though. The thing is, I've got no distance on this. Is that an encounter? Is that... Probably not, right? Why? When the intercept I1 and I2 are together, you get some funny icons with the encounter. Distance from target, relative speed. So if we're 100 kilometers away from the target, then I guess we're in the atmosphere, right? Yeah, the eye with the icon above the planet is where the planet will be, yeah. I mean, if I'm only 100,000 kilometers, well, even then, should be within the sphere of influence of Duna. Is there anything here? that says that I'm hitting that? No. Does it give me my sphere of influence? Nope. Sidereal period. This is so... This is so infuriating. Whoops. Once you get used to it, it makes sense. The thing is, I don't even know how much delta V this is using. Like, this can be using like 500 meters a second for all I know, which is not good enough. Because there's no way, there's no indication. Oh. There was definitely something there. Oh my god. Okay, so this is what this is telling me. I need to time warp to about day 200. What is this? Oh, entering sphere of influence. Okay. So I am actually entering the sphere of influence now. How? I didn't... Oh my goodness, it's frozen again. Kerbal! We were getting somewhere. We were going to be friends. We were going to be friends. And then you decided not to work on me. God damn it! Well, I'm gonna go crash out, but don't forget to breathe. Long live Kerbal 2. Yeah, it led a short life, but it definitely lived. Has it though? Has it really lived? I don't know. I'm a little bit paranoid that the moment Kerbal comes back into action, yeah, I will do that. The moment Kerbal comes back into action is the moment the maneuver node just goes and you don't get that interaction anymore. It's like, I don't know what I changed! Happy to not have the computer play it now. Yeah. Yeah. It's a big problem with the game. Let's be honest. It's a big problem. They definitely need to iron it out. Quite literally need to iron it out. Come on, game. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. When the background changes, by the way, to the desktop, that's when we know that the game is good. The Goliath engines fly backwards? I haven't played with the Goliath engines. They fly backwards, Thomas? They do. Uh-oh. I haven't played with them. The thrust is reversed. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. That sounds fun. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're back. Kerbal's back. Also, by the way, just so you're aware, this rocket right here is a rocket I designed around the Ariane 5 launcher. This is in Kerbal. It's a pretty good launcher. I like it. I did it with a lot of the DLC parts because I think they changed the way the Poodle engine looked. They added a new skin for it for this exact reason, so that you could design and build the Ariane 5 launcher in the game. It's pretty cool. I got it to work. Just saying. I'm just saying. This is what we could be doing. We do have an intersect, so I'm a little bit tempted to focus on Minmus, zoom in, focus on Kerbin, and just do this burn. I'm just tempted just to go for this burn and hope and pray. And just pray we get it to work. Let's control this ship. It is a 1014 meters a second burn for a transfer, which is about right. I am going to F5 before I do this, so we've got a point that we can come back to should the need arise. We've got 20 minutes until burn time, but that's going to equate into about an hour for us IRL. Especially because the game has frozen again. Oh my god. Like, come on. Ugh. It's like it's loading up 100 different instances at once, and it's just trying to do. It's trying to do too much. I kind of want to build this ship now in Kerbal 1 and see how quickly we can get it to launch and into orbit and around Duna. Speaking of launching to Duna, I am thinking I'm going to bring back the Womblex save. I was going to say, you know what, the Womblex save, it's kind of gone. We'll leave it for the time being. If you guys didn't know what the Womblex save is, if you haven't been around, in Kerbal 1 we were basically trying to colonize Duna. And we had a save where we would do contracts and all this sort of thing to build up funds, to build up science, to build up everything. We would use IRL style rockets and IRL kind of ways of getting to and from, and like things inspired by real life. And we built a lander and a Duna station that we kind of like chained all together in orbit, and we were going to launch them out to Duna. And we were in the process of doing that, and then I kind of had a big burnout because I think I had a Kraken strike, and I was just like, oh, this is not, you know, like after you spend like 400 hours on a project, and you're like, oh, then you have a Kraken strike at the end. It's like, oh god, you know, you put all this effort into it. So I'm tempted to bring that back. It kind of was put on the shelf for a long period of time so I could go and play other games like RimWorld and Minecraft and other such stuff, of which I really enjoyed playing. So we might bring that back. Like I've definitely got the hunger for Kerbal. I've had the hunger for Kerbal for a while, but the state that this game is in at the moment, I'm not gonna lie, it's unplayable. At least for me. Like right now, it feels unplayable. Focus on target, please. What CPU, GPU are you running? My CPU is an i7 800K. And my GPU is a 1080 GTX, and I think it's the GPU that is struggling, which is annoying because, you know, when I got it, it was a pretty beefy GPU, but it is on the lower end of the spectrum. It is below the recommended amount, but the recommended amount is ridiculously high. It's like too high for the GPU. But you know the weird thing in all of this, I've got my stats for my rig up. I've got the task manager up. I've got the resources, and it's not even taxing the GPU. This is what I can't understand. So it's not pulling the resources that it needs to make the game function. And it's not using anything from my CPU. It's just, I don't know, it's really weird. And the stream's not cutting out either, and that's using my CPU. And my CPU currently is at like 1.6%, 2%. You know? So like, something isn't optimized here. It's not using all of its resources at hand. It's just, yeah, being a dick. That's what it's doing. It's being a dick. I'm in the same boat. That's why I'm building a new PC. It's mostly... Ooh, this is a long burn, isn't it? Maybe not. Start burn in... I don't know, we'll see. Lack of stellar exposure. I'm a little bit cautious. I don't know why I'm... I would like to control from there, please. Yep, okay, so we are controlled from the front. Okay, well, let's initiate our burn. Are we ready? There we go. That's the start of the burn. It's a 1 minute 20 burn, so actually it shouldn't take too long. I'm very worried. Like, there's a very good reason for me to... There's a very good reason for me to have quick saved before I started this burn, which we did. We did do a quick save, because I don't think this maneuver node is right, honestly. But that red bin is meant to be our burn time, maybe? How long we're burning for? Yeah. But you see, we've kind of veered off the track, so we're not going to be up here, so I'm a little bit confused. Also, can I just note that now we don't have that intersect with the Mon? Like the, sorry, with Duna. We don't have the intersect available now. A little bit annoying. Hope so. The first game will become cheaper at release than early access in regards of the cost of the new computer needed to run it. Yeah. Just mid-course correct it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Akibor machine. But the problem I'm kind of having... Hold on, let me just... There we go. We have shutdown of the engine. So we are not even close to leaving the sphere of influence. So that maneuver node was a load of bullshit. That maneuver node was a load of bullshit, and I've pushed the craft into... I thought this was going to happen. The maneuver node bugged out, basically. I have pushed my craft into the atmosphere itself. So we're going to quick load, because that is not what we wanted to do. I knew. Oh, wait, no. I know what I did wrong. I had the wrong target selected instead of targeting on the actual maneuver net. Okay, that was my fault. I had SAS set to the wrong place. I knew there was something that was wrong with the way that we were pointing. It's like, I don't trust this, but I'm going to go with it anyway. No, it was human error. It was human error. I was set to target instead of set to the maneuver node itself. That's my own fault. Poor game. Yeah, that wasn't the game's problem, that was me. Just so we're aware, it has gone back to not responding. Just so we're aware. I think you should apologize to KSP. Well, this wouldn't have been a problem if they hadn't have changed, like, everything. So it's still KSP's problem, absolutely. And the fact that it's really buggy, it's taxing for me. Never mind. Yeah, like, this is the reason why I made that mistake, is because I've been focused on, like, the bugs and stuff, and I wasn't thinking about what I was doing. I just had my SAS set to the wrong control. So it's still a game's problem, but it was also human error. I hit the wrong button. I know what I did wrong, so that means that we can do the same thing again, right? So if anyone is interested about the first game, I know we were talking about it a minute ago. The first game, I believe, is currently on sale. It's got a 75% off. So if you do want to buy the first game, definitely invest in it. It's a good game. I will advocate for that first game. I mean, I played 5,000 hours on that, and all 5,000 of that hours was without mods. You know, so it definitely got satisfaction from that. And you do get satisfaction from the game, even if you only play it for like 100 hours, 200 hours, you know. Hey, your game seems to have stopped responding. Yeah, a little bit. Just a bit. Just a bit. You know? Just a bit. I'm feeling the game is struggling because the craft file is too big. I think there's too many parts in the craft file and my game is struggling. It's giving us the silent treatment. It's been doing it all stream, annoyingly. The weird thing is, this is it wasn't doing this last time we streamed. So this is potentially a new bug. Like, the more you play it, the more issues it gets. I don't know. It's pretty, and give it a cupcake. It is very pretty. The game is very pretty, but I can't tell it it's pretty if it doesn't let me play the game. I can't tell it's pretty. I can't tell it that it's pretty and give it a cupcake if, for one, it goes la 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 la, not listening, 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 and I can't see where the cupcake is. You know, like, and that's kind of what it's doing at the moment. So, like, no matter how much I compliment the goddamn game, I can't. It's not responding. Quite clearly. This is very... I think the most frustrating thing is that when I go on my... Here, I'm going to switch back to this scene because that's at least better for you guys than what I currently can see. When I switch to... Oh, it's loading now. Interesting. When I switch to, like, the performance on my CPU or GPU while I'm playing the game and I'm having a look at the task manager, neither of them are getting tasked. Actually, if anything, it's the disk space that seems to be getting tasked. And the memory. My RAM has spiked. Wow. So maybe it's a RAM issue. It could be. Hold on, let's help the RAM out on my PC. Let's get rid of a lot of Chrome stuff going on. Yeah, it's RAM. It's a RAM issue. Interesting. So it's not a GPU issue and it's not a CPU issue. It's a RAM issue. I mean, I'm well above the recommended amount. I'm well above the recommended amount for RAM. I've got 32 gigabytes worth of RAM, right? They recommend 16. So I've got twice as much RAM as what they're recommending. And I'm struggling because of RAM. I really want to see the code for KSP2 just to see how unoptimized it is. If I saw the code for KSP2, I wouldn't understand a word of it. Here we go. So this time, we're going to set to the maneuver. And we're going to try again. I have 30 seconds to start this burn, but I'm pointing the wrong direction at the moment. So SAS works as long as you set the course and don't move the plane after you turn on SAS. A plane for SAS, I never used to fly my aircraft with SAS anyway. I always used to turn SAS off. So I can't comment, Thomas. I will show you in a sec, maybe. Once we've got this sent off, I will fly a plane around the KSC and stuff, and I'll show you how I'm kind of fly aircraft. But I always felt like stability assist was a hindrance more than a solution. I really like the engine plume and engine sound. Look at that plume. Fly high and fast. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you. Let me do this first. I need to kind of focus on this. Yeah, so it does look like it's a RAM issue, not a GPU issue. Although my GPU did spike a while ago, actually. I'm kind of actively monitoring it now. Yeah, so when I'm in this mode, my GPU spikes, but when I'm in the map mode, it's actually okay. So I'm going to stick with my map mode for a little bit. Oh, I'm an idiot. I wasn't paying attention. We need to reload. I was too busy looking at my GPU. So during this bit, it's the RAM, like during the quick loads and things like that, it is RAM that seems to be the problem. Your cables are gonna die. Yeah, I know. I wasn't paying attention. My own fault. It's my own fault. It's fine. I do feel like that went a lot smoother though, right? It's only now that I'm trying to load something on where the game's like, oh, actually, no, you're alright, thank you. Sorry, I was getting messages while I've been streaming. I'm gonna take this moment to respond to those, if that's okay. Yeah. Has it loaded yet? No. Still not loaded. Okay, I'm just gonna keep replying to these messages. I've got like 10 messages on my phone, so. Bear with me. This is exciting content for you as what it is for me. Okay, can you load up, like, just to prove that this is what is happening? It's still in that grayed out Kerbal. It does seem to like to take a while. And also just to prove that my memory actually, just to prove that my nothing is being taxed right now. Okay, it's not gonna let me do that. Okay, fine, whatever. It won't let me show you. I wanted to show you my resource task manager at the moment, the resources and stuff that it's pulling, but it won't let me. So fine, it's okay. But yeah, basically my GPU is taking 50%, CPU is 25%. So it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not really doing much. Memory at the moment is 17 gigs out of the 32, so it's not that much of an issue. Also, hey Fox. I see you messaging me, slipping into my DMs. I see you. I'll listen to those after the stream. Actually, let's listen to it now. We're not doing anything.
I don't think he likes being called that.
I don't think he likes being called that. I don't think he likes being called that. I could... that one?
Oh, we had such flowing locks. We used to laugh about them.
Well, that's an old Cockney accent, that is. I can't really do Cockney very well. Interesting. Interesting. You thought that was me? No, it wasn't me, unfortunately. Wasn't me. Not me. No. No, the second guy. Oh, the second guy. Yeah, well, that's a Cockney accent, that is. I can't do a Cockney accent. Oh, did we get the Kerbal game back? I think we got the Kerbal game back. It's loading. He sounds like your GTA RP dude. What, like this guy? I feel like that ain't what you mean. What you mean? This one, Better Buck Johnson? Oh, no, man. This ain't it. This is the one that you don't like. You don't like this guy. 'Cause I'm Better Buck. You don't like him because this kind of voice goes right through your head. Or do you mean the other one, Greg? Hi, I'm Greg. A little bit pathetic. He's from the north. I can't do a Cockney accent. That's like East London. Bam, 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 bam. Hey, Tide, how's it going? It took me a while to get back into those voices. I haven't done them in a while. So in case anyone's wondering, Fox is on about GTA roleplay characters that I used to play on stream about 5 years ago now. It was about 5 years ago. It was a good while ago. Ooh, we're back. Nice. Right, this time let's actually focus on the thing. And not miss the burn, not miss everything else. See, now everything it's running quite well again. Jesus, has it been 5 years? Yeah, it was definitely pre-lockdown, about 2018. When I was doing GTA roleplay. So yeah, must be about 5 years. It was between 2018 and 2019, I think. Thereabouts. So maybe not quite 5 years, but I mean, close enough. When I first started roleplay, it was definitely 5 years ago. Over 5 years ago. When I first started streaming it, it was over 5 years ago. Because I remember one of the first streams I did with GTA Roleplay, that was on my old rig, and I could barely freaking do it. I barely was able to run GTA 5. And stream at the same time. I was fine running the game, it was streaming at the same time that was the problem. That I had the issue with. Okay, so if we F5 here, we can time warp to the maneuver. And we're going to do the actual burn. I'm going to focus on the burn and just the burn for the time being, just so I know. This burn is going to give me an intersection, right, with Duna. No, it isn't. Okay, but we can change it. We can alter it. We can do a mid-course correction, I think. We should have more than enough delta V. I'm gonna go for it, and then we'll get past the sphere of influence of Kerbal, and we'll see what we can do to get that course correction right. 2, 1, activate. And I'm just going to be focusing on the burn itself to make sure that I don't miss turning it off. Because last time I burnt for too long, because I wasn't quite paying attention. I do like these nuclear engines though. They're good. They're not like, they don't seem to be taking a long time. It seems like we're on this path as it should be, which is good. Is the burn time accurate? I think so, yeah. I haven't had any issues with it. Giota, but I haven't really done that many maneuver node burns, honestly. So I don't know. This is what we'll find out. I was never great at doing interplanetary stuff anyway. So like setting up these burns, this was always something I used to struggle with a lot in Kerbal 1. I get the concept of it, but I always used to struggle so badly with going between the planets. Everything looks okay now. I've got 25 seconds. $14 seconds of the burn left. And that's 0. So that was not accurate because my AP is here. So we're going to get rid of this and we're just going to keep burning for a minute. So the burn time is not accurate, you are correct. But I have used like 1,000 meters a second, so something isn't right here. What I'd do is look at the new orbit until it gets close to the planned one. I mean, I'm just trying to get a close encounter, honestly. Okay, so apparently we don't get close encounters with planetary bodies. Because I do not have a close encounter here. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to set up another maneuver node here when we leave. Set up a maneuver node here after we've left the sphere of influence. Now we do get that close encounter. Okay. It already was set to Duna. It just it didn't. Now it's appeared after I've set up the maneuver node. So if we increase, okay, so we might have burnt a little bit too far, but that's okay. Let's try pushing it. Oh god, that's a lot of delta V. So that's 600 meters a second. There's got to be a cheaper way. So if we went to here... Oops. Again, 600 meters a second. No, do not want to destroy that. So I guess we've got to use the 600 meters a second in order to get a close approach, maybe, to a capture. Is there a better way to do this? 600 meters a second is a lot. How much delta V do we have? We've got 5,700. How much delta V do we need to circularize around Duna? Hold on. Hey Downer, how's it going, my dude? Welcome in. 250 for a capture and then 360. So it's about 500 meters a second to circularize around Duna. Okay, and that's at 60 kilometers. So yeah, that extra 600 meters a second is a lot. That's a killer. Why is it that? I've obviously not launched it at the right time. I think that's the big problem, is the fact that I've launched it at like the worst time. Discount.
Well, you gardeners, I hate gardening.
Are you a gardener? I hate gardening. Thank you very much for that sub. 26 months. I need to get... trying to think if there is a better way of getting that intersect. I don't know what that was about. That's... yeah, it's about 630 meters a second, unfortunately. So really what I should have done, I should have launched it later. So we could, yeah, so about 20 days. I think it's about 20 days I needed to wait. Okay, that's fine. 600 meters a second. Do I have the delta V to be able to do what I want to do? I could use Ike as a gravitational assist in order to help us slow down. And we could also use the aerodynamic drag of Duna to help us capture. So, yes, I should be able to spend that 640. I should have enough Delta V to be able to do this. If I don't, it's Kerbal. So, you know, that's the whole point, right? I'm wondering if we do a mid-course burn here, actually. This might be better. So if we... If we, at AP, decide... because we don't need to, I can wait, right? Like, we don't have to get this first time. So if we pull up periapsis here, no, that's just going to cause as much. So that's 848 meters a second, but when we hit Duna over here, we'll be moving a lot slower relative to Duna, so that means we're not going to need as much Delta V to slow down. What if we create a maneuver node down here? You can see the relative speed at point I. I swear to God. Okay. Relative speed is 2,000 meters a second. But that's because we're not close enough, right? Oh my goodness. .1,000 meters a second. Oh, do you know what? These maneuver nodes are shit. They're absolutely shit. Why have they changed them? Why? This is infuriating me. Like, absolutely. 100%. So I can see the relative speed, so that's 875 meters a second, so we still have a lot to burn off there. But we can use the atmosphere to burn that off, right? So we don't have to do all that with engine power. But I am, you know, 32 million kilometers away from the target, so we'd still have to tweak that a little bit, but that's okay, I think. I think I need to wait to do that burn, so we're actually going to go back to... We're gonna quick load. game just quick loaded without bugging out. Weird. Interesting. Interesting! It didn't, like, stutter. It didn't not load. It's just loading it. Okay, we're going to get rid of this maneuver here. We're then going to go back to the Kerbal Space Center. Types of engines are kind of irrelevant at this game at the moment. Infinite fuel. I have infinite fuel turned off. So they absolutely are relevant. We're going to go to the VAB. And we're going to go and launch a plane. Only you. I think multiple people have infinite fuel turned off. You had infinite fuel in Kerbal 1 as well, but you have to enable it with the debug menu. And to try and not bug out the game, I'm just going to put a command module there. So we can set focus and control on that and just time warp, right? So we'll use this to time warp at the moment. So we want to go to about... So I want to go a little bit... So I want to go plus 10 days. So right down at the bottom down here. We're at 1,000 time warp. 10,000 time warp. There we go. We're on day 180. So now let's control the Duna mothership, which was a very quick transition. Interesting. And we're going to set up a new maneuver node. I'm going to see if we can get a lot closer with a smaller amount of delta V. How are we not even close? Fine. Might be a matter of just moving that around. Still 3 million kilometers from the target. Most players play with without infinite fuel. Yeah, I think you're right, most failures. Most players do. Absolutely. I agree. So maybe we need to wait on a bigger time warp. I definitely feel like that's maybe it's a 30-degree angle then that we need to be waiting for. Okay, that's fine. We will go back. Can I control this one, please? Oh. We are. Weird. That was a quick instant. Yeah, most players don't have GPU to play KSP2 either, but yeah, here we are. Okay. So let's go to day 200. I'm just full disclosure on people that are getting triggered with this. I've always had issues getting rendezvous with planetary bodies. Always. This is not something that is new to Kerbal 2, this has always been an issue of mine, and I've never, like, tried to get it fixed. Right, create maneuver for nodes. Whoops, that's way too far. FPS is limited anyways. If you run whatever, it's around 10 to 20 FPS. At the moment I'm on 30. But I've been in the map mode for a while. I feel like being in the map screen... We're definitely getting closer. "45 degrees between Kerbal and Dune, according to the wiki." That's what I thought, Zephyr, but, like, we're under the 45... We're under the 45 degree limit now, and... actually, I don't know, maybe that is about 45 degrees, actually, now I look at it. 90, yeah, maybe it is about 45 degrees. Actually, I think we're at probably still about 50 degrees, actually, looking at it. Yeah, okay. I don't know, maybe my judgment of... well, there's no maybe about it. My judgment of angles is obviously not great. Get a protractor! Yeah, I'm not... Like I said, I was never very good at doing this in Kerbal 1. It's not one of my strong suits. There's a reason why I spent the majority of my time in low Kerbin, in low Kerbin sphere of influence, was because of this. So this is just me being bad at the game. There we go. Now it's definitely coming down, right? Like... See, this is what I remember. I remember it being about day 225 or something, the way you had to do the... So this is accurate to what Kerbal 1 is. I thought day 180 was a bit early. And I guess that is more of a 45 degree angle. Good luck with Dune. Gonna play some Valorant. Wow. I feel like at the moment that's probably less toxic than what Kerbal is to me. Why are we... I want to focus here, please. I actually want to focus on the maneuver node if I can. I don't think I can. Did that get me a little bit closer? I mean, I'm very close now. Relative speed 811 meters a second, which is about right. 300 kilometers away. So we're pretty close. I mean, this might be fixable with like a... with a mid-course correction, you know, of like 50 meters a second. Let's see if it'll let me select the mid-course correction burn. Oh. No, no. I really don't care about FPS. Even Flight Sim runs at 30 FPS for you. It runs smooth in such a game as Flight Sim, and Kerbal's FPS isn't the most important thing to have. I think anything below 30 FPS is hard to look at. It's very jarring for me, because I like to be able to react to things in real time instead of having to like hit the button and then have like a 5-second delay lag before that gets interpreted by the game, because the game's running a lot slower. If that happens, I get frustrated and I hit the button 5 times and then it like flips out, you know what I mean? So I think frames are important, but not to the degree of like an FPS game, right? A first-person shooter. In a first-person shooter, you need something that runs very smooth. It needs to be consistent. It needs to be above like 120 FPS for you to be able to get a very, very good... And you need a high hertz monitor as well. Your monitor needs to be able to deal with the 120 FPS for a first-person shooter. This is someone who used to play a lot of first-person shooter games, so... with simulation game, it doesn't rely on if it runs smooth. Somewhat disagree, because it's a real-time simulation game, right? So you've got to make adjustments real-time. So when you're flying a craft, you're making real-time adjustments, and you kind of need that up to date. You don't need 120 FPS. You need at least 30 FPS, because that's what our eyes register frames at. That's what will cause the game to go at the correct speed for us. And I think if it's slowing down to like 5 frames per second, it's going to be slowing the actual game, the physics time down. And then that means that our interactions with the game is going to take like 3 times as long to get processed. I think that's the more the issue. People who think like that can't afford real hardware. That's incorrect, Thomas. I understand their... I understand failure's point of view quite a lot, and I agree to it in quite a large capacity. I'm playing devil's advocate with my argument more than anything, just so we can have the discussion. Like, their point is... It shouldn't be the focus of what's wrong with the game. What's wrong with the game at the moment is that the physics engine doesn't seem to be able to handle what we want to do with it. So on the bigger grand scheme scale of the rocket that I built, for instance, we were getting floppy rocket. We don't want floppy rocket, right? Floppy rocket is bad. Frames I can deal with. Lack of frames I can deal with. The optimization of the game is a problem, but they need to fix the game itself before they optimize it, right? If that makes sense. So floppy rocket is bad. That for me is that's the big cardinal sin, because it definitely feels like they've gone backwards from Kerbal in terms of that. 2080 Ti is low end these days, according to Kerbal 2. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it matters what hardware you run. It's optimizational problems with the whole game itself. It doesn't matter about your hardware. From the dev's mouth, they set out the standard high because the game isn't optimized yet. It will improve. Agreed. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've said. That's pretty much what I just said, but you've worded it slightly better. Thank you. I agree with both of you, to be honest. Like, I can see both arguments, and I agree with both of you. It's frustrating, but it is early access. Let's just keep that in mind. We're in early access. It could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse than what it actually is. I took it from 3 years to produce this pile of garbage. Yeah, but during those 3 years you had a massive worldwide pandemic During those 3 years, the company that started the game went bust and bankrupt and were needed to be bought out by a second game. You know, so I don't think that's necessarily retroflective of the argument. I don't think that's fair. I will say the game that we got is massively overpriced for what you get. $45 for an early access game is freaking enormous. Absolutely enormous. And for me, one of the wonders of Kerbal is that it's supposed to give everyone the access to spaceflight, science, physics, that sort of thing, right? Everyone should have that access. It's an education tool. And you can't do that if you can't afford it, you know? Like, this is the sort of game, for me, that Kerbal has always been the sort of game for me that should be in schools. Like, we should... Ooh, we've got an orbital line. I didn't think this was on. Like, this is the sort of game, for me, that should be taught in schools, because you get all sorts of interest. I have a feeling that I am massively burning far too high with that one. Okay, we're going to hit a F5 and we're going to do the burn that we've got. And we'll see how that goes. It's decent if you look at a solid finish game goes for 70 to 80 pounds. Yes, Ms. Failures. However, a solid finish game in terms of Kerbal 1, the retail price is £35, right? And effectively, the early access release of this does less, a lot less, than what you get in Kerbal 1. So it is a massive step back. And pricing, for me, that's a lot of money to pay. And I wouldn't want to, I will not recommend, at this current state that the game's in, I wouldn't recommend anyone else to pay for it unless you are interested in helping develop the game further and being part of the community. That's the only reason I can see that you would separate your money, especially because money is very tough at the moment. It's very difficult to have, if you know what I mean. Maybe I should release my space game as a pre-release for half price, and after the money rolls in, I'll just sell the game to someone else. You couldn't purchase this game as a pre-release, though, Thomas. They didn't give you the option to buy the game before early access. You could only purchase the game during early access. So I think that's not a fair statement. You can develop remotely. I've done it for 5 years. I've literally devved better games sitting on the toilet. Thomas, I would love you to share these games. What games have you developed? I wish I knew about Kerbal when I was in high school. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like Kerbal Space Program, like I really believe video games have the ability, and this is coming from someone who's been in education, you know, maybe not high school education, but I have taught teenagers and I have, you know, done that sort of thing. Not science, not maths, nothing credible, only performing arts. But, you know, I like coming from a teacher's point of view, like these are the sort of games that can really inspire people. Why are like science lessons and stuff not being governed by like these sort of video games? Because you can have a lot of fun with science and physics and maths and that sort of thing. It's like, hey, these are equations. Let's learn how to do that, but let's play a video game. What? Yeah, hell yeah. You know what I mean? Like, why are we not doing that in school? I feel like, well, I mean, my 2 cents is that the whole school system is designed around a Victorian system where they needed somewhere to place the kids while the parents go to work kind of thing, and it's not really, yeah. But anyway, I think that's a little bit too far. That's as far as I'm going to go on that. Just do it now. It's going to get more expensive than it is now. Do you reckon, failures? I don't know. I don't know. See, that's something I haven't thought about. The fact that people think the game is going to get more expensive. I certainly hope not. I really hope that this price stays at the price that it is and it doesn't get any more expensive. KSP 1 did. Did it? It started with $7. It's now $40. Interesting. I'm trying to remember how much the game was when I bought it. It will go up, I can guarantee you. Okay, yeah. So then it's an investment, I guess. See, I feel like a $40 price tag, or 35 English pounds, because that's kind of what I go in, right? Pound sterling. £35 for a game like Kerbal is a very good price. It's definitely a cheap game, and for the most part you can get it on sale, right? So you would never pay full price for that sort of thing anyway. So I feel like saying KSP 1 went up in price is a little bit of a misnomer, because you can always purchase it on sale. It's always on sale, right? Like, and if there isn't, you can get it cheaper than its full price. So like, people shouldn't be paying full price for the game. It's currently on sale now. It's got a 75% off. So I would definitely 100% recommend the game. Go and buy it. If you haven't, if you're sat here watching the stream and you're interested in Kerbal, go on purchase it. KSP 2 is 75% off? No, not KSP 2, KSP 1. KSP 1 is currently on sale, right? On Steam? That's what someone said earlier. Also, who wants to have a look at Mars? Yep. It's £7.49. So it's currently on sale. It's a special offer that will end on the 15th of March. Go and purchase it. Or you can buy the complete collection, which includes all DLCs, for like £20. So it's worth it. I would absolutely 100% say it's worth it. €30 in EA, and after full release it was also €30, and it will never go on sale. Yeah. There's one game. Buy it because I've bought it and I want it to work. And if you investing in it as well, it makes it more likely. Well, that's my interest. I'm talking about Kerbal 1 right now, discount, not Kerbal 2. I'm talking about Kerbal 1. My 2 cents on Kerbal 2 is don't purchase it. Unless you're interested in developing the game and becoming part of the community, don't purchase it. It's not worth the money. It's not worth the money that you pay. If they release patches and to make the game work and a little bit more optimized before the next roadmap, then I would recommend it. But at the moment, no. Well, buy one. It's an awesome game. That's easy. Exactly, discount. But doubly so. It's got a 75% sale, right? I do like that logic though, Wilder. It's funny, but it's good logic. I mean, buy the game, but I mean, there's kind of a disingenuine thought behind that. It's like, I've spent my money on it and I want the game to work, so someone else needs to go and buy it so that they can make it work. It's a little bit disingenuine, but you know, I tend not to get too focused on that. And yeah, I did just call my friend disingenuine. It's fine. It's fine. I've called my friends worse. I look at it this way. Even if you look past all the bugs, the actual content in KSP 2 currently is less than the original game, and they want $10 more for it. As it stands right now, I'd be willing to ignore the rough state of the game it is in for like $30. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've said, Chaos. I think the $45 Stamping Ground is just... It's just not... It's not worth it when you've got a fully functional game which has more for less. The only thing that you don't get with the other games is the graphics, but you can get mods to do the graphics, you know, like that. It's a huge community Kerbal game is at the moment, so for them to price the brand new game in the state that it's in above Kerbal when you don't get as much and it's not worth as much, you know, like the value of this product is not worth the price you're paying. As far as I'm like from a detached, realistic point of view, unbiased point of view, it's not worth it. That being said, for me, it's worth it because I'm giving to a community, you know, and I'm being part of a community. It's also the amount of time that they've had already in it. For example, multiplayer is already in Interstellar. It's already in, and it's not activated yet. What, in the game? Multiplayer's in the game? Do you reckon? I don't know whether it's in the game. There is a patch up and coming, and it's going to be a big one. I agree. There is a patch up and coming failures. Absolutely. 100%. There is a patch coming. And it is going to be a big one. I think a lot of the small bugs that everyone's talking about are going to go away in that first patch. I've got faith in the developers. Maybe after that first patch, I'll recommend them to people to buy the game. But in its current state, I can't with all good conscience. I cannot with all good conscience. It's like you watch a pilot for a TV show, and it's very rough around the edges. Star Trek. I'm a huge Star Trek fan, right? You watch TNG Season 1, and you think, oh, this is a good premise. This is good, you know, it's part of the Star Trek. It's the sequel to Star Trek, but the show's not there. You know, it's got all the right ingredients, but it's not there. It's not good. Don't watch Season 1. Absolutely agree with that. Season 2 comes out, it's like, oh, they're introducing the Borg. It's like, okay, now it's getting spicy, but it's still off. It's still not quite there. I would never recommend anyone, other than like select episodes in Star Trek TNG, to watch Season 1 and 2 of TNG. However, watch Star Trek TNG if you like space and things like that. It's awesome. It's amazing. You know, it's really cool. Like you've got all sorts of cool stuff. Don't sit through Season 1 and 2 though. Like there are entryways into Star Trek without having to do that. Yeah, TNG Season 1 is painful. Well, Season 1 of any Star Trek season of that era is painful. DS9 Season 1's painful. Voyager Season 1 actually isn't that bad. I thought Caretaker's probably one of the strongest Star Trek openers, pilots. Anyway, that's business. It's too early to try KSP. Yeah. If you know you're going to be spending hundreds and hundreds of hours on it regardless, it's pretty fine to buy now. You have summed up my argument, Blaze, in one sentence, and I admire you for it because I waffle on. I don't, and like, I feel like maybe people are kind of having buyer's remorse to a certain extent. They've separated themselves with the money and they're like, oh no, it's in a bad state. We need to like jump ship immediately and like be like, holy shit, what have we done with this? You know, I've wasted my money. Like people are having buyer's remorse, which is fair. I mean, you know, there's, you know, it's a lot of money to do, but at the end of the day, is this a game that I'm going to be putting hundreds, if not thousands of hours into? Yes. Is it going to get cleaned up? Yes. Do I have faith in the developers? Absolutely, yes. Would I recommend anyone to purchase that and put that sort of an investment in the game in its current state? No. That's why I wouldn't recommend people buy it just yet. Wait until a few patches are out. Because right now, in its current state, I can't do what I want to do in Kerbal, and it's very frustrating. That pretty much sums up what I want to say. Right, let's do a burn now. Thing is, this game would be worth the $50 when they add in colonies, but I guarantee you they're going to bump the price up when that update comes. See, everyone's saying this. I'm kind of hoping that they don't bump the price up. Yeah, colonies for me is the big thing that I'm really looking forward to. I'm kind of hoping they don't bump the price up. I'm kind of hoping they stick with the original pricing until full release. And when I say full release, I mean multiplayer and all the gums and whistles. As soon as it went live and I haven't touched it yet, which is fine for you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, hats off to you. You know you're going to be spent. You may as well fund it now, you know. Get money in their pockets, which they will need the money. Absolutely agree. And the world runs off money, right? It gives a bit more to do than what should I do now? Gonna go to the Mun for the 20th time. Career? You're waiting for career? Yeah, I mean that's a good idea. Failures, waiting for career. To be honest, I quite like the idea of doing a sandbox mode. Yeah, a sandbox world for a bit. I quite like that because I've been doing career on Kerbal 1 for a long time, and you know. Are they even going to release like a full-blown career mode? I know they've got the science mode, which is the next part on the pathway. Their release map. I know they've got science mode, but are they actually going to do a full-blown career mode? Do we know, or...? Pretty sure the price will be going up. That is what the studio has said will happen. Interesting. Yeah, I've not really read too much from whatever. Are maneuver nodes balked? Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely some form of bug with either the maneuver nodes or the burn timer or something around there. They seem a little bit weird. Going from map to vessel view messes up the node, but it will be fixed in an up-and-coming patch. Yeah, okay, so there is something where the maneuver nodes do get balked going from map view to the vessel. Okay, interesting. I'm having fun with it, but every time I try to go further than orbit, then the orbit bugs get in the way. Yeah, so I've had a few orbit bugs myself. The biggest one was when I was trying to rendezvous around the Mun, and basically my vessel that I landed on the Mun and then was coming back up to rendezvous with the capsule had an orbit bug where the AP would increase and the perigee would decrease, as though there was like a force happening anti-normal and was shifting the orbit, and there wasn't really much I could do about it. So yeah, that was annoying. We had to cheese it a little bit. I turned on infinite propellant to get the Kerbals back, but I felt like that was fair because there was a bug that was happening and reasons. From what I heard, the colonies are the career mode equivalent, replacing Kerbal 1 missions with expanding new progressor. How true is that? I don't know. That's an interesting idea. I like the idea. Chaos. I mean, like I said, the colonies segment on the roadmap is the thing that I'm the most excited about. Forget multiplayer. Well, actually, I am excited about multiplayer. I want to play Kerbal with Cathbris. I think that would be hilarious. He can build his floppy rockets, and I can build proper rockets, and we can crash into each other. And Or what will probably happen is I will build him an aircraft, he will steal my aircraft, and then fly away. That's probably what's gonna happen. I'm fully aware of it. It's okay. But I do that sort of stuff in every other game that we play together, so I can't really complain. Oh, we don't have a close approach maneuver node, do we? Of course we don't. I forgot that we don't have those things. Okay, so how much Delta V is it going to get to fix this? How much is that? 82 meters a second. I'm happy with that. How much is the intersect? Focus. .96 meters a second. How's that perigee looking like? Ooh, we do have a sphere of influence with Ike. And where are we? So that's 97 meters a second for us to do this. But that's not what I want. Still not quite what I want. We'll aim for that, right? You flew right through the mun. Oh no. The thing that excites me most about the colonies is the fact that they're building big space stations and other mega structures would actually have more of a purpose other than bragging rights. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to, because I will be honest, Chaos, so with Kerbal, the most fun I ever had in Kerbal was building giant space stations around Kerbin, that sort of thing. I really like that. Landing on the Mun, fine. Landing on Mimas, fine, whatever. But building the space stations, that was what I really enjoyed. And then not just building the space stations, but designing modules which were like interchangeable to the space station, having like all sorts of... The idea of having all these space stations in different places, all interconnected by like interplanetary transport vessels, that sort of stuff. Loved that. So that was my personal favorite thing in Kerbal. Now everyone's got their own favorite thing, whatever. I'm wondering if we can use Ike to a gravity assist around Ike to get a capture, but I've only got 97 meters a second in this burn, so we may as well just do this. Our inclination's pretty good too. Semi-equatorial. That's cool. Just want to get the periapsis on that orbit line, which it looks like it is now. Helpful. Hang on a sec. Am I entering a retrograde orbit right now? If I'm coming in this way and going around that, I'm going retrograde. Yeah. Right? No. I'm entering here. Yeah, I must be entering there, right? Like... So this is what the influence trajectories are supposed to look like? Yes, this is what it's supposed to look like. There is a bug at the moment where this isn't working. I'm kind of glad that it is, because I wouldn't be able to do this otherwise. Hashtag will Womble... Will get Womble to mod. What I love about the USI MKS mod gives the reasons to do planetary bases with a function with rovers. I will not, never do mods in Kerbal. That is what I have established a long time ago. I feel like this is exiting the sphere of influence. I'm a little bit confused what this one... Wait, hold on. It might tell me if I... Exiting sphere of influence. So this is the entry. So we are going retrograde here, right? That would be a retrograde orbit. Which way does things orbit in Kerbal? I can't... Which way does Ike orbit? Is it going this way around? Or is it going that way? Does it go clockwise or anti-clockwise? Counterclockwise. Everything orbits counterclockwise, right? Yeah, counterclockwise. So this is a retrograde orbit. This would be a retrograde orbit. I don't want a retrograde orbit. Get out of here. So that's the exit. I definitely don't want that. Why is my brain taking so long for this? Yeah, so that would be a prograde orbit. If we did a deorbit burn here, that would be a capture burn, sorry. We would have a prograde orbit, right? Right? Because that's our exiting SOI. So this must be our entry. That confused me. Entering SOI graphic is right over there. That's why. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, that confused me. Either way, the required delta V for this burn is about 97 meters a second. I am right? If I do my perigrade retrograde burn there, we're gonna be in a counterclockwise orbit. I'm not losing my brain, am I? Yeah, I'm coming in from this direction, and then we would end up like going counterclockwise, and that's the correct way around. Yes, I am correct. Okay, that's what I needed. I needed that. I needed someone just to tell me, yes, you're right, Womble, you're not being an idiot, even though I am an idiot. I mean, I am an idiot, you know? Like... Okay. There's home. Home focuses view back on the ship. So, what I want to do now is I want to take some vanity shots if I can find Kerbal. Ooh, Actually, do you know what I want to do before I do anything? Quick save! I really wish I'd have added vanity lights on this. Baby steps. Was that one launch or multiple launches? It was one launch, and it was, like 1 frame a second launch. That's what it was. It was one launch. I launched a Saturn V style booster, but with this in a massive fairing. So yeah, one singular launch. The game nearly, like, literally imploded on me though, so if you want to do something like this, be aware the game will explode. Right, let's time warp to our burn. I had to do a panic pause there. What's my specs? I've got a 1080 GTX, and I've also got other things. I've got other things as well. Where's Kerbin gone? So we should still be able to see Kerbin, right? Like, there it is. Tiny blue planet in the background. Two minutes until burn. There's Kerbin. And Duna's somewhere behind us, I think. In fact, there's a small red dot there. I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually meant to be Duna. There is the blue marble. The one thing I will give this game, it looks beautiful. Absolutely right, it does. Even if you have to kind of play the game 1 frame at a time, those individual frames look amazing. I don't like the camera angle we're getting right now. I can't zoom out or zoom in. Okay, where unfortunately when we do the burn, we're not going to actually watch. Oh, apparently we're crashing into Kerbin now. Oh. I see. Oh. Okay, we're just gonna have to trust that the orbits... Right? So... Yeah, this is a problem. We've lost our... Yeah, it's fine. We'll just have to trust it's right. Have we determined how accurate the burn timer is? I've heard different things. It's not accurate at all. The burn timer is inaccurate. At least from my experience. I don't know, because sometimes it is accurate. When we did that burn out to the Mun the other day, the burn timer was spot on. It was like, ooh, that, well done. But... Oh! We've definitely got a entering. Let me get rid of this. See if... That's annoying. That's really annoying. I never had the blue line meet the yellow line at the correct spot. This is really annoying. Like, we've definitely got an intersect. But I don't know. I mean, I guess we're coming in on that angle. Really, what I should have done... I should have saved. Oh, we got an Ike burn. Actually, this might be more useful. I should have quick saved. That's what I should have done. I shouldn't have done what I just did, but I'm an idiot. It's fine. Should we just go into Ike instead? I hate the fact... Okay, so this bug is annoying. Yeah, I know, alright. Oh, the fact that it doesn't give you the any info at all. How do I have a negative apoapsis? How is that a thing? Also, why is this changing when I'm using my gyro? Like, this shouldn't be... Like, this shouldn't change. Yeah, not gonna lie, not overly impressed with this. The problem is I don't know what's happening here because there's no graphics and there's no way to actually see what's happening. Time to PE is also moving. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's moving like crazy. Well spotted. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna guess. I'm guessing this is our entry. We're coming in and we're going around this direction. When we get to the periapsis around Duna, we will just bring the orbit down so that we can reduce the delta V, and then we'll go from there. I think that's all we can do, right? There is a bug where PEAP changes without any forces acting upon it. I know. I've encountered it. So that's what we'll do. We will just get the capture. Before I do that, I'm gonna hit a quick save. And we're gonna time warp. Where's Duna? Where is it? Should be around here somewhere. Can't see it. It might be quite small still, actually. Yeah, we're still quite far away, so. See that right there. That right there is the reason why we do quick saves, because I hit a bug where the game decided, I was like, hey, I want to time warp to this specific point. Nope, you're just going around forever. Bye, dude. This is why we quick save. This is why we quick save. Okay, so we should have just left Kerbin's sphere of influence. Oh, we're coming in this way. Swing and a miss. So we're coming in retrograde. Oh, God, this is it's so difficult. I don't know why I can't do this. Why are we game pausing? Oh my goodness, that's bad. This is not what I wanted. Okay. Also, yeah, this would create a retrograde orbit. So, hold on a second. Create maneuver. You cannot create a maneuver when the game is paused. I found this out earlier. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm accelerating instead of decelerating. That's a lot of delta V, so that's 1,000 meters a second. Okay, we are going to F9. Now I kind of know what the craft is doing, we can make adjustments. So let's focus. Set as target. Focus. Okay, so basically what's happening right now, we are entering here, exiting there incredibly quick. So I'm going to point prograde. And we want to enter about over here and then exit. Wait, hold on, think about it. Yeah, so we're entering this way, exiting that way. So we want to enter like over here. We want that entrance point like kind of here. No, I have it backwards. I have it backwards. I'm entering here. Am I? That's not where we... No, we entered here last time. Like when I time warped over. Yeah, entering the side further from Kerbal. So we're entering here and then going here. And then that means that we're going clockwise. Yeah, no, you're correct. You're right, I'm wrong. Absolutely, 100%. So we want to push this over to this side, basically. Which I believe still prograde will help. Okay. Let's now tentatively time warp, because we can always revert back to where we were before. There's a mod on Stardock called Sticky Orbit Maneuvers that makes your AP stick when using it. Okay. This is better. How much Delta V does this create? I mean, it's only slightly better. Not great, but better, yeah. No, it's not better. Okay, so... Oh, I hate this. I hate that this is a fucking thing. Like, this is just so stupid. Trying to do everything backwards. Oh. So the bug where you can't see your maneuver nodes, like, in the next sphere of influence is really, really challenging. It's creating a challenge. 1,000 meters a second to slow ourselves down relative to Duna. Go away. Do you know what? Actually, doing my maneuver here is going to be better anyway, isn't it? So we're further from the planet. It's quite a big course correction, but if I put myself in the atmosphere, we should slow ourselves down ever so slightly whilst doing the burn. We've got no re-entry heating, so we could really like cheese it, but 41, I think that's fine. So let's... And the further away from our actual... We can save delta V by doing this sooner. Only like 10 meters a second, but... I'm really struggling with these maneuver nodes right now. Alright, we'll go with that. If we don't get an atmospheric assist, then it's okay. But we shall go with that. About 5 minutes until the burn time. Yeah, so there's a lot of bugs with the maneuver nodes at the moment. There's a mod on Stardock called Sticky Orbit Markers that make sure APP markers stick when using the maneuver tool. Interesting. Can't do without it. Why my AP is negative 8,000 kilometers, I don't know. I wonder if that is because we are about to... Look. We have arrived at the destination. It's there. It's in the background. Appears when AP is in fact infinity. It's a bug in the game. Yeah, I think the negative AP is probably due to us escaping the sphere of influence, right? Before I do anything, F5. Okay. Because I'm quite happy with what we've got. I can't be bothered to not do what we've got. Oh, we're at time warp. Is Womble a botanist? I'm definitely not a botanist. But hey, SKD, how's it going? With the Matt Damon comment. Womble is about to become Matt Damon. I see. I missed that. I'd like chat. I'm not very great at reading chat sometimes, you know. Actually, to be fair, I think today I've done quite well, especially because chat's been very active. So in my defense, I've not done terribly. I care about this periapsis as opposed to this, but yeah, the blue marker is not close to the yellow marker. No! Now, that, if I've ever heard it, is the noise of every Kerbal player. Ever. Ever. No! Hold on a sec. Are we... No, we are coming in the right angle. True. No! God damn it! Accidentally hits a Z instead of hitting X. Okay. It's fine. Why is my periapsis changing? I've encountered the bug where... the bug! I've encountered one of the bugs where it's just changing my AP without my consent. Now the question is, do I... Because at the moment I'm going to have to kill off a lot of Delta V here. Do I have enough Delta V in order to circularize? I think I do. I've got... So says the green thing at the bottom. 5,000 meters a second. The sphere of influence of the atmosphere is 50 kilometers, right? Is that right? For Duna? Yeah, 50 kilometers. Cool. This game paused unpaused bug is annoying. Very tentatively time warp closer. Had a few teething problems at the moment. Yeah, just a few. If I'd have been braver, I would have brought that periapsis lower so that we could change the inclination easier, but it's fine. Yeah, just a few teething problems. But it's not too bad. It's not terrible. We'll just have a weird elliptical orbit. It's fine. Yeah, month. Hey, Kath, how's it going? I was wondering if you were going to jump in. Do you want to play some video games after I've circularized around Duna? That is a lot. That's 50 months worth, by the way. Thank you very much for the continued support. Which game? I don't know. You choose. What game do you want to play? Something multiplayer. Kerbal at the moment is, I mean, it's in a state. Let's just put it that way. Hey, we got Duna a little bit close. It's in a state, so I don't own KSP2. No, we can't play KSP2 because there's no multiplayer for KSP2. A different game. Never played the first one enough. Honestly, Kath, don't purchase this in its current state. Don't get Kerbal. Yeah, there's barely a single player at the moment. Yeah, don't get Kerbal. Don't get Kerbal 2. It's not ready. Hey, Ice King, how's it going? There is multiplayer coming for Kerbal 2. Yes, it's a way away, though. It's a way away. That is going to be one of the features of, like, full release, I believe. What do I have installed? Yeah, I mean, I don't have much installed either that's actually multiplayer. I think the only thing multiplayer that I've got installed is STO. Don't tell me that. What, don't tell you about the multiplayer being a long way away? Yeah, it's the last milestone on the roadmap. Which, in my opinion, is the correct way to go about it. Because multiplayer could just become this fad. It's not really what the game is about, let's be honest. The last milestone on the roadmap, yeah, it is. Hey, Ice King. I mean, I could try and get STO again. I will start the update to the game now. Yeah, I feel like I need to do that. But you could go into STO. I won't mind including discount as well, because obviously we are supposed to be doing a D&D right now, but obviously we've suspended D&D for until probably about April, right? So discount, is that something that you'd like to play as well, or haven't touched that since last year? Really, me neither. I haven't played through like pretty much anything on STO. I'd have to like reinstall. I mean, I can install things as well. What is STO? Star Trek Online. It's free to play. I love the music. I love the Duna music. Chat, Chat, the Duna music. Holy crap. Dude. Holy mother of God. It's... Have you been watching Picard? Haven't watched the latest episode. I watched the first two. Chat, the music! Holy mother of God! Like, they've put a lot of thought into the sound design. The sound of the rockets, the... if only it would play... SEO is a great game. I've played it since day one. I've played it since around about day one, actually. I played it very, very, very early on. I haven't played through any of the Wesley Crusher storyline stuff yet, though. Whew. So we're currently still in the atmosphere. That's why our apoapsis is still dropping, but that's okay. Pop in every year to check out the new content. Yes, kind of similar to me. I have a lifetime membership to it, same. Wow, that was awesome. Entering the atmosphere and turning on my engines created this amazing... Whew. Also, can I just add, up close, Duna looks shit. I think it's got the same problem that than the Mun has. It's not quite done yet. I'll take that screenshot though. Haven't since day one, but I put a bat into an Intrepid class. I'm loving the change of music. Yeah, both look until you're about to start orbit. Yeah, both look great. The same with the Mun as well, right? Like they looked amazing until you're about to land, and it's like, ugh. So each time you go to Duna, it'll be slightly different. Ooh. Do you know what originally I said, this is something I have said in the past. So all I'm going to do here, I'm just going to put that periapsis just slightly above Kerbal sphere of influence so we can do some orbital correction. Because we're obviously at a really wonky angle right now. Actually, you know what? I might... We've captured, so I want to do a few correcting things, and I think here is potentially where to do it, because we're far enough away from Kerbal. I just want to bring that down a bit. Just want to flatten our plane out ever so slightly. It's only going to cost like 72 meters a second. I just want to get that periapsis onto the plane there, right? It is Duna KSP2 OST. Okay, so we will do this maneuver there. And we will not be re-entering. Holy mother of gifting! Cathbris with the 10 community gift subs. Thank you very much, sir. Bruise with the stuff there, Biff. God, I can't speak. I hate it when you do this, Kath. Happy 50 months. Jesus, it is a long time. We have known each other for a very long time, Cathbris. Does that not scare you? Does that not scare you? Well, there you go. Anyone who's popping in with those gifted subs there. Bruise, Bithril, Real Kaka, W1, Blood Ninja, Clue, Free water feats, I can't read your name. I'm sorry. Saturn 5, Siegfried, and Atlantic. I like it. Oh, Atlantic. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Right. Okay, that makes sense. There you go. Welcome in. You've got the emotes to use. And now we have to listen to the Doctor talk about pandas. For like the next 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Kath. Fear is no longer a thing in this relationship. Very ominous. Very ominous. Has it stopped? It hasn't. Still got Siegfried's one coming through. I think we've got one left, right? After this, one left. Okay, let's time warp. One more after this. Yeah. Nope. Oh, they've done it out of... They've done it out of order? Maybe? Yeah. Interesting, it was out of order. Weird. They are out of order, damn bastards! How dare they? How dare they? And Skids with the follow. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is an 85-minute burn. Myth with the follow as well, thank you. Okay, I think I got everyone. That's quite low. The notification just brought back some nightmares. Which notification? What notification? Ace Attorney? Dun dun dun. You still get nightmares from that? We started one of those games. We were listening to the OST of that earlier. I was starting up the stream. I need to go. Hold on. I need to go. Radial out. in order to bring the periapsis up, right? Okay, so we should enter the Kerbin's atmosphere again. But I'm thinking... Actually, you know what? Let's just do a full-on capture. Should we do a full-on capture now? Let's do a full-on capture. We'll bring the whole thing in. It's an elliptical orbit, but it's cool. Kerbin looking pretty dry. This isn't Kerbal. This isn't Kerbin. This is Duna. I think you know that. It is the Mars-like planet in the Kerbin's... I want to make sure that the periapsis, no matter what it's at, is ahead of me. You called it Kerbin, though. Did I? Did I? God damn it. Well, I meant Duna. Shh, shh, shh. Shush, it's fine. Okay, so we're going to time warp to the maneuver node. So, Kath, if we're playing SDO later... Oh. I need to actually... Are we inside the atmosphere yet? We are inside the atmosphere. So, when I play this... When I hit the engines here, it should activate the music again. Kinda did. Not quite as good. Oh, I'm not... Oh no, I am in the atmosphere. If discount is just starting, we can roll new tunes. We could roll new tunes, absolutely. I've got the tune slots. Yeah, we can do that. I'm probably not going to, just so everyone else is aware on the stream, I'm probably not going to stream it just because I need to go and get food and stuff before me and Kath and Discount play. But I want to play video games with my friends, if that's okay. So that's kind of what we're planning at the moment. I do apologize, but I have been streaming for what is nearly 6 hours, so... Yeah! I did it too far! We went too far, chat. We went too far. We're now actually no longer in, like, well, in orbit. We're actually in the atmosphere. Oh, God. That KSP noise again. Yeah, I think it knows. I think it knows. I think it knows. Just installing it at the moment. Okay. Falling with style! Exactly. I do like that music. The music's back. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're no longer... Well, I mean, we're still in the atmosphere, but we're no longer actually falling to our doom. Whew. Damn it, though. The whole thing looks amazing. Well, we made it towards Duna. So here's the thing. Mars, Duna. Yeah, hey Poxus, how's it going, my dude? Episode 3 is good and brings back a pretty good big bad. Is it Law? I know Law is in this season. I'll be honest, Kath, the first 2 episodes, I was just snooze. It was a snooze fest. No. Okay, so it's not Law. Because I know Law is in this season as well. I'll be honest, it's been a bit of a snooze fest for me. Picard has season 3. I think it's because season 2 stunk. Spoiler alert! Yeah, he won't actually spoil it. Don't worry. I only know what I've seen from trailers, so it's not like exactly spoiler material. I know that Law is back. What I did like about episode 2, though, I did like the introduction for Worf. And we can talk about that off stream, because if people do care about Star Trek Picard, I don't see why you would. But that's my own personal opinion. I'm not overly that fussed with it, honestly. Oh, we've got physics time warp because we are still in the atmosphere. I was wondering. Yeah, if people are bothered by the spoilers and stuff, I will refrain from having my topic about Star Trek Picard. But Worf's introduction, like when you first see him on screen, is pretty baller, in my opinion, and that's exactly what Worf deserved. Other than that, I've felt the majority of it fairly sluggish to get through. Very frustrating to watch, honestly. It's picking up in episode 3. I feel like that happened with season 1 of Picard as well. It wasn't until episode 3 when it properly got going, and then it stalled around about episode 5, episode 6, and it was still kind of like developing the story. Episode 7 comes out and it's still developing the story, episode 8, episode 9, and then all of a sudden they rushed the ending because they would spend all the time on development and not on the actual whatever. I did enjoy episode 7 in the Cube. Yeah, so did I. My personal favourite episode was the one where they introduced 7 of 9. I felt like her character got way more treatment than any of the other characters in Picard season 1. And, you know, Jeri Ryan is also still as hot as she used to be. Like, let's be honest. Slow rolling back the old gang. Yeah, that's... See, that's fine, right? That's fine. However, it's very tiresome, because now they're spending each individual episode reintroducing the old characters, and then by the time we get to episode, say like 5, well, fair enough, we've got all the characters, but now we don't have a story to develop, so then they're going to spend like a couple of extra episodes developing the actual story that's actually going on, and it'll just be, I feel like it'll be a weak, flimsy attempt, kind of like season 2. Season 2 was just vile. I hated that. It's one of the worst seasons of Star Trek. And that's saying something. There's some shitty episodes and seasons in Star Trek. But, yeah. Season 2 was just crap. And it had so much potential as well. They go back to just before, like, the... What's it riots? The Bell riots. They go just before that event that's already been explored in Star Trek. They had so much potential with that, but they wasted it. Wasted potential. And they do some really crap stuff with the Borg Queen nobody cared about. Girardi and all that. Like, and this is the problem, like, Season 1's brand new characters that were supposed to, like, be bringing the franchise further and forward, they all kind of all got killed off, really, haven't they? Which is, like, well, what was the point in the first 2 seasons of Star Trek Picard? What was the point? They should have just done season 3, right? Like, just bring the old gang back. This place is banging. What the fuck? Is it? I hadn't noticed. Hey, Divide. How's it going, my dude? I love this music. It's because I'm playing Kerbal. Like, this is what happens when I play Kerbal. People watch. I'm playing Kerbal, and Kerbal right now is relevant, so... I think that's what you're talking about, Divide. Welcome in, man, dude. Giralti and the Borg Queen I took as a passing the torch type of thing. Yeah. Well, I mean... So this is what I want. This is what I wanted from season 1 of Picard. Do Picard for 1 season, kill him off after the first season, and then make someone else the protagonist, right? Use an old character to set up the new, the younger, and 7 of 9 would have been a very good focal point of that next season. That was kind of what I was hoping was going to happen, but it never did. But you could still do a season... You know, a brand new season of, like, a spin-off of Picard with 7 of 9, but I feel like they've kind of broken her character a little bit now. Just with the teenage angst and, you know, going into Starfleet. Like, they didn't know what to do with the character, and now it's kind of, like, all over the place. 7 can still do something, absolutely. I fundamentally agree. They've not destroyed the character yet. Rather, they fleshed out 7 on 9's time with that vigilante group. That's what I mean, Divide. That's what I mean. Yeah, now she's first officer. What the fuck? She's first... Yeah. Okay, let's not go into the spoilers of this season, because I realise people don't want to talk about this season's worth of Star Trek. But yeah, like... Her being a vigilante would have been cool. I would have liked that. Because let's face it, 7 of 9 was never going to fit into Starfleet when she was on Voyager, right? Like that was a pipe dream. And Voyager spoke about that enough a few times that she didn't quite fit in. So, what is Star Trek? It's a very, very old franchise that is being pummeled to death at the moment by executives that have watched too much Star Wars. And just want the money. Dude, every time I turn on the engines, this soundtrack... Okay, we're gonna F5 here, because we are now in orbit of Duna. In a stable orbit of Duna. We used up a little bit more Delta V than I was hoping we would. Doing all of those maneuvers and stuff. How much Delta V do we need to get back to Kerbin? I'll probably have to use Kerbin's atmosphere to circularize, to help me circularize. Just out of interest, so we want... I think it's about there that you would have to do the burn, right? "600 meters a second. That is not what I want. How much Delta V is it to get back to Kerbin from here? It's where no man, I mean no one, has gone before. I mean, we've got to land on Duna before we go back to Kerbin, but still. No, that's not right. Am I just inept? Might just be inept. I don't know. Sod it. I can't be bothered to figure it out. 500 meters a second. Yeah, so 500 meters a second to get back. And then about 1,000 meters a second to circularize if we don't use... No, 1,700 to circularize if we don't use whatever. We are going to gain more Delta V after we've landed the lander, because it will not have fuel on, which means we have less mass, so we should still have more than enough Delta V to be able to get back. 800 or 2,300, one of those two numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's not the 2,300. Yeah, it all depends on what transfer window and stuff you use. I think about 800. Well, it's about 1,100 to get from Kerbin to Duna, so I would presume it's the same in reverse, right? I'll tell you what, there is a way to find out without having to look on a separate thing. Vehicle assembly building. Using aero brake. Yeah, you see, I kind of don't want to use aero brakes, but I will if I have to. We can use aero braking if we have to. I've been lurking here while away from home. I had some remote access going on to play Kerbal 2 on my laptop by it showing my desktop, but to make that happen, I set my PC to only use one screen. Now Twitch is broken on my side. This page is trying to be like 1015% the size of your screen, and I can scroll up and down and left and right. Nice! Well done, Animal. You broke it and you're not even at home. Well done, Animal. Well done. Animal breaks things. It's fine. But on that, I did say once we've got into orbit of Dune, I'll probably end the stream because I want to play some video games with my friend. Gold Award. Absolutely. I want to play some video games with my friend. So here, before we do go, let's get the trip planner. So if we want to go Kerbin to Duna, and we want a round trip, so Duna to low orbit, 250, Duna intercept, what? 930 to circularize around Kerbin. Yeah, so it's about 1,200 to circularize around Kerbin. 500. So you were right. Who said 500? So whoever said 500 is correct. It's about 500 meters a second. Well, actually, I guess it's more 800 meters a second. Yeah, it's 800 meters a second. So who said 800? Someone actually did say 800. Darth Chaos, well done. Discount is the 500. 500 is a little bit optimistic. You're not going to be able to hit Kerbin. You'll be able to exit Duna's sphere of influence with 500 meters a second, and then it's the extra 140. I know, trying to troll Womble, you stinky. No D&D today. How was D&D, Kappa? Friends are expensive, that's true. That's why I've got Animal. Couldn't afford any better. That was so mean! That was so mean. Ouch, bitch. Absolutely. Why do I have a ping in Genesis chat? Is this someone trying to ping Genis and getting the wrong person? Yep, absolutely. That's what happened. Awesome. Cheap jokes there, Womble. Bet you can't afford better ones either. Oh, that hurt. With the Canadian models, we're free of charge. Yeah, Canadian models definitely are free of charge. Anyway, right. So basically, yeah, I'm gonna need 2,000. Let's be conservative and say 2,000 meters a second left in the vessel to be able to get back to Kerbin and circularize around Kerbin in low Kerbin orbit. So we've got plenty of Delta V to spare. We've got more than enough. Which was always the plan. It was always the plan. Let's quit game, save and exit, and we will land on Duna another day. When that day's going to be, I'm not entirely sure. To be completely honest. Not entirely sure. That was a lag spike. Yeah, I'm not sure when that's going to be. be... Hello, robot. I can hear robot right now. Can you hear robot? I can hear robot. I can't fix robot either. No robot here. Okay, so you're fine. I'm not. It's because I can hear everything I'm saying through my microphone and stuff, but all I can hear is fucking robot me, so it's like, go away! I fixed it? I fixed it. Oh my god, making a Duna mission where each of those Delta V numbers is made with each individual refueling tanker sanded out on rendezvous with the mission thing. Do it. Thinking of making... Yeah, well, those individual Delta V numbers are very inaccurate, to be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. They're very inaccurate. Okay, well... Thank you very much for everyone who's been in the stream today. I'm not gonna lie, the Kerbal streams have been killing it for me. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. I know I've been very negative towards Kerbal 2. Well, not necessarily negative, more unoptimistic, I guess. But thank you very much. I do appreciate everyone just stopping around. I realise it's probably... I've been honest. I've been very honest. Yeah, I'm not gonna sugarcoat something that I don't believe in, right? I'm not gonna sell something that I don't believe in. At the moment, the game's not there. Don't purchase it. If you're interested in Kerbal, go and buy Kerbal, right? Go and buy, like, and I mean that. Like, Kerbal's an awesome game, but it's not. Kerbal 2 isn't there yet. Yet is the point. I have full belief that it will be at some point along the way, but not yet. Let's be honest, the G's don't make your ass look fat. Your ass makes your ass look fat. Kath. There is a lot of German people playing Kerbal right now. I was going to go and do a raid, but I don't want to. There is Reed Panda on. I don't know him that well anymore. I used to be in a lot of his streams. So, no raid. Thank you very much for dropping by. I'll let you all disseminate across the Twitch space, the internet. And you can do whatever you want to do. And I'll see you guys when I'm next playing Kerbal. I don't know when that's going to be. Maybe tomorrow if I get all of my shit in order. And after the race tomorrow, maybe, after the Formula 1, I might play Kerbal again. But I shall see you guys later. Have a good night, evening, noon, insert time zone here. Bye!